Dip dip dibbity doo doo. Dip dip dibbity doo doo. Dip dip dibbity doo doo. Doo doo. Dibbity dibbity dip. Bibbity bibbity dip. Bibbity bibbity dip. Bibbity dip. Bibbity bibbity dip. Bibbity bibbity dip. Dibba 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 doop. Dibba 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 doop. Dibba dibba doop. Dibba 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 doop. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back, everybody. It is Thursday, June 20th. And we're back. We're back with more free therapy. How you doing today? Hanging in there? Imagine spending hundreds or even thousands of dollars on therapy when you could just get a poster with a cat on it that says hang in there. Like, well, if that little kitty can hang in there, so can I. I'm thinking today is going to be one of those days. I'm gonna throw back an edible. So mark the time. What time is it? 1:10, 1:11 p.m. Approximately 2 hours. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Got my noodles. Our new appliances got here today. With the exception of our fridge. The fridge isn't here yet. The fridge is, who knows where the fridge is? We got the cooktop, we got the oven microwave thing, and then we got the dishwasher. Did we get a warranty on the fridge? Yeah, we got a warranty on everything but the dishwasher, I think. You know, just in case. Apparently they don't make fridges to last these days. We got the warranty because they were having a promo and they were like having a deal where you got like a few $100s and then you got like a rewards card for the fridge. So the warranty kind of paid for itself with the bonus that we got, so I didn't feel that bad about it. I'm excited though. I'm excited for this new kitchen. The house is starting to really come together. I got the tile and the grout done in the sunroom, so that's gonna be like, we'll have like some plants out there, and that's where we'll be able to like do art and stuff. That's gonna be fun. we got new like litter box enclosures. These like cabinet. They're not like cabinet looking. They're more like a. They look more like a side table, but it's got a place where it like hides the litter box inside. We got a few of those. Is the flooring completely done now? Yeah, upstairs at least. They were saying they wanted to do tile in the basement too, but I'm like, I'm okay with concrete in the basement. If I'm being honest. But so yeah, we might do tile in the basement in the future, but the tile in all of the main part of the house is done. I did the math for the amount of like tiles that I've laid, and I've laid somewhere in the neighborhood of 4,000 pounds worth of tiles, about 2 tons worth of tiles. Oh, I still have to seal the grout. That reminds me. We're talking about sealed concrete. I still have to. We have grout sealant, and you just brush it on there like a little brush. But after doing the grout and stuff, like my back was starting to hurt, so I was like, I'm gonna take some time off from crawling around on the floor. Do the grout sealant soon. I may need to get some more disposable gloves. I think they all got used up. Casey's dad was using. We put a wood stain on the trusses, so they have like this dark stain on them now. They look really nice. And then we've got the ceiling fan installed, but we haven't put the blades on it yet because we were going to wait until the trusses were stained so we didn't have to work around the ceiling fan blades. So if he puts those on today, that'll be cool. If not, I might climb up the ladder and do it. Let's see, what else? What else? Oh, I ordered the set of commander decks for the new Magic set, Modern Horizons 3. We got the commander decks. We haven't played them yet, though. I've been waiting to play the new Magic cards with Casey. Beaver playing with. Oh yeah, Beaver. He will chase them up and he will go after it. He's a funny guy. He's a funny guy. Good but tired. Yeah, I've just been tired this week too. All this tile and stuff, but it's like a little bit of a snack in me. Then I've got a coffee here. Just gonna wait for some questions to start trickling in. What I've been wanting to figure out is what am I gonna do for cookware? I know I want some brushed stainless steel cookware. But the set that I want... The set that I was looking at, it's like $800. Get Hexclad. I was thinking about getting the made-in cookware. Hexclad and Liquor Set. Nice. I've heard that X-Clouds are pretty good. It's a stainless steel pan, but it's got like the hexagons in it, and then it's got like Teflon in between all the little grids. So there's like a raised stainless steel portion. It's interesting design. Then you got Lake Reset. Lake Resets are nice too. I have to get something that works with induction, because I have an induction cooktop now. These bad boys, you can throw them in the oven up to 800 degrees. Like my oven can't even, I don't even know if my oven can get that hot. So I was looking at this set, but I don't know if I want to get the whole set or maybe just a set of the frying pans. I might just get the frying pans and then just use some other cookware for the pots and stuff. I don't really care if they all match, if I'm being honest. You know what? You're right. I do need a Dutch oven. I need a Dutch oven. It's one of the things I'm missing from my pan sets. We had some nice pans. We had these scan pans, and they were really nice. But they're not. They don't work with induction. No clue on induction. Okay, so induction stoves are interesting. It uses the power of magnets. It uses the power of magnets, and it gets the pan hot, but the cooktop itself does not get hot. It gets hot from touching the hot pan, but it doesn't actually generate the heat, which I think is cool. If you turn on an induction burner with no pot on it by mistake, it won't get hot. So like if you turn it on and leave it on, but there's no pan on there, it won't get hot. Also, apparently it gets hot and will like boil water faster than either gas or electric. Isn't that sick? You may need an analog thermometer. The magnetic field of an induction cooktop can interfere with a digital meat thermometer. Also, apparently you don't want to have an induction cooktop if you have a pacemaker. Whenever we were at the furniture store picking out our new cooktop and we decided to get an induction, and they're like, oh yeah, by the way, you can't use these if you have a pacemaker, and we were like, oh, well... Alright, well I guess if anybody with a pacemaker comes over, we won't let them cook. It's like, sorry, you're gonna have to not cook. I didn't mean to click on Temu. Let's see if there's an interesting infograph that can tell us how do induction cooktops work. It uses electromagnetism to make the pan hot. That sounds like magic to me. Oh, yeah, okay, this Mm-hmm. Also, the whole thing's like digital and touch. It's pretty sweet. I'm excited. I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. So yeah, the cooktop's here, the oven and microwave combo is here, the new dishwasher is here. We're still waiting on the fridge, and then we also got like a hood thing that goes over the cooktop, to catch all the grease and stuff or something. Both of my bosses have left the building. It's just me now. Have I ever told you how terrible of an employee I am? Like, if both of my bosses left, I would wait about 10-15 minutes, and then I would leave. To be perfectly honest, there were some days where I went for lunch, and then I just never came back from lunch. And no one ever noticed. Just took my midday swim. Hell yeah. Is it hot where you're at? Because it's pretty... It wasn't so bad yesterday, but it's hot here today. I was putting some oil in the car, and it was like... It was only like 10 in the morning, and it was already like, oh no, today's gonna be hot. I was a terrible employee when I quit. I didn't show up on my last day. I'm like... I wouldn't show up on my last day either unless I left something there that I needed to get. Like, otherwise I'd be like, eh, we'll take it a day early. 95 in New Jersey? Oh yeah. But it's humid as hell too. I've never been to Jersey. Been to New York, I've been to Connecticut. Well, that's about it for the Northeast for me. Might get a thunderstorm later today. I'm sorry, I'm literally checking the weather. I'm like, oh, okay. Thunderstorm possible after 3. Let's see what the weather's like in the UK. My favorite thing about the UK is every year they have like a hot day and it's like people are struggling in the heat wave in the UK. And it's like 75 degrees. They're like, but we don't have air conditioning. I'm like, skill issue? They're like, oh, but it's the humidity. I'm like, we got humidity too. We also have air conditioner. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're living somewhere in 2024 and you don't have an air conditioner, why? What are you doing? A lot of homes in Wa don't have AC. Yeah, my friend up in Connecticut, which is why I was in Connecticut that one time, like, he had central air put in, I think. Because a lot of houses up there don't have it too. I'm just like, that's too bad. I'm just glad I don't live in Texas. I think that I could live. I think if I had to rank every US state in order of like where I would want to live the most to where I would want to live the least, I think Texas is probably 49 or 50 on that list. I have the biggest pool on my block. Oh, that's a nice flex. You got your neighbors swimming in their tiny pools, just crying. All right, we got some questions popping up, so we're gonna get those. We're gonna get to those here in a second. Eventually, we're gonna put a pool in our backyard, but right now we just have a inflatable, like 4 foot deep, like Walmart pool, which will get the job done on those hot days. Can't wait to go back to Vegas and go swim in Mike's pool again. Mike has a pretty nice pool. Tennessee and Texas are on the bottom for you, right? Like, honestly, yeah, Texas is the last state that I would want to live in, I think. There are other states that aren't like that are probably worse in some other ways, but it's just the thing about Texas that really gets me is like they're anti like federal government, so they've got like a like their independent power grid, and then like their power grid goes out. Their power grid goes out like every summer. There's just people dying in heat waves every summer, and then there's people freezing to death every winter. Oklahoma has to be worse. Oklahoma is probably number 49 on the list. I love swimming in a deep ass pool. Like 6 foot deep? That's not deep enough. I'm taller than 6 feet. I can stand up in a 6 foot pool. Oh, that was the spicy chicken ramen cup, and I just like swallowed the bulk of it, and it was like, oh, that's where all the spice was. All right, before we get to these questions, how you doing? Swim on your lunch break every day. Nice. Work from home is sweet. Work from home is sweet. And whenever they tried to get everybody to go back to the office, I thought that was a bunch of bullshit. I'm a bit anxious because I had to switch psych providers and he got my prescription wrong. Like, wrong dosage or straight up wrong medication. Makes me wonder if the pharmacy might be able to fix it. XL, not SR. Ah. Oh. So it's the same dose, it's just all at once and not suspended release or whatever. Or wait. I don't it's been a while. Oh, XL is extended release. Okay. And SR is the standard. Okay. Um Well, typically with extended release, it gives you half of the dose immediately and then half of the dose in like 4 hours. Fun fact, do you know that if you crush up your extended release pills, it becomes standard release? Mood's not really up there, but you feel depleted. Would you say that you're in the bluish, somewhere in this region here? Upper bluish. What does it mean if someone ends up hating everyone they get close to? May I speculate? Generally speaking, if someone becomes hateful of everyone they get close to, this is a manifestation of their insecurities. You worry about people getting close to you because you're worried that they will hurt you. 15 with the 13 months. You got the brain bow. Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you for the 13 months. It's normal to want to be close to people because we need to be close to people because that helps us survive. It increases our chances of making it on this world if we can have people that we trust to watch our back. No, like if they start to hate people for their personality or behaviors. Well, in that case, we tend to judge others for that which we have a hard time judging within ourselves. How about this? There's a saying that goes really well with what you're getting at. If over the course of your day you run into one asshole, then that person was probably an asshole. But if over the course of your day everyone you meet is an asshole, then it's probably you that's the asshole. Either way, it sounds insecure and lonely. Pedro, 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 pay. Hey, welcome in. We're hype training. Go get the hype music going. Let's go.
Y'all ready for this?
Kickstarter, thank you for gifting that sub to Cutie Cheeks. Shit. All right. You bring up an interesting line of conversation here, an interesting line of thought. Sometimes people will have a hard time connecting with other people. Sometimes people have a hard time connecting, and this is due to their insecure attachment style. Like, nobody's perfect. Everybody has their own flaws, everybody has their own issues, but if you become obsessive about other people's flaws and you're not able to connect with people because you fixate on their flaws, that kind of makes you an asshole. It makes me feel like somewhere deep down this person doesn't like themselves and they don't view themselves as worthy of meaningful connection. If you become overly obsessed with people's flaws, this normally indicates that you assume that other people are fixating on your flaws as well, and this is probably part of the reason why it becomes hard to make connections if you're that type of person. Puppy's not getting better from her meds. Just give it some time. Sometimes it takes a couple days. Like the way I see it, Mom Bali, you know, you're talking about this friend of yours. Being a hater just isn't that fun. Like, there are things that you could find about anything, anyone. You could find reasons to hate it. Some people hate stuff because it's too well liked. It's too popular. Too many people enjoy it. But those aren't the things in life that you want to focus on. You don't want to focus on the things that are, you know, the flaws and imperfections. You want to focus on the things that actually do bring you joy. Alright, that's the hype train. We'll be back with another hype train, perhaps in 2 hours. Noticed a trend in YouTube content creators who specialize in calling out bad behavior that have been getting downfalls over bad behavior, right? Right? Just kind of, it's an indicator of where that person's head is at. Like, it's always the, but what about the children? Somebody think about the children. It's like, those are always the people who are actually abusing children. Like 99 times out of 100. It's always the, but what about the children crowd that are actually the ones harming children. I think it came partly from thinking to be good, you must always work on the bad, so I would pick that out and focus on it first. And, you know, that's fair and that makes sense, but what I also want you to remember is that we have a negativity bias. Our brains are wired to be overly sensitive to things that are negative. It creates more of an emotional response within us when something bad happens than if something good happens. And this is a survival mechanism. It's meant to help us protect ourselves and stay safe. But what it ends up doing is it creates a fixation and an obsession with the things that we perceive to be negative. Life isn't about being perfect, it's just about trying your best. Just trying to be a good person. treating other people the way that you would like to be treated. All right, we're diving in. We got some questions lined up. I feel like the advice often given to people who are very suicidal doesn't work. Telling someone who doesn't even have the energy to go to the bathroom or maintain basic hygiene that they need to go out and hang out with friends is just impossible in that state. I agree. And I feel like what you're speaking to is the general understanding of how people respond to mental health issues. It's like, oh, were you depressed? Have you tried being happy? Have you tried not being depressed? Have you tried doing the things that you find impossible to do? Has that worked for you? It's just lip service. And it's like their heart's in the right place. Like they want to help, they just don't really know how. This kind of advice doesn't help me. I've heard it multiple times over the years, and it hasn't helped because I'm already too suicidal at that point. These are things that can be implemented before reaching such a low point, but not when someone has already given up. The question is, what can I do when I'm already suicidal and those suggestions just can't reach me? Then you break it down into smaller, more manageable bits. If the goal itself seems impossible, break it down into something that is more possible. Remind yourself that I'm still here, I haven't given up yet, and that means something. If I wanted to be dead, I would be dead already. But I'm not. Because I'm a fucking fighter and I'm gonna keep fucking going. This may sound weird, but what I found helpful in dealing with these types of thoughts, like suicidal thoughts, is I would just get angry at them. I'd be like, you know what? No. Fuck you. Like, you know what? No. This isn't how my story is supposed to end. And that's my choice. So I want to see it through to the end. I want to see where life takes me. I want to see what happens. So, what I would say is find the smallest, most manageable goal that you can. Something that still pushes you outside of your normal level, because you are in fight mode. You are fighting for your fucking life right now. So fight for it. You have to remind yourself that your life is worth living and that you are a person worthy of your own love and care. And that's going to take some time to do, but through repetition, your brain will change. So, you have to be practicing self-care. You have to be taking good care of yourself. You have to do those things that you say are impossible to do. You have to take it one step at a time. You don't have the energy to go to the bathroom? Do you have the energy to take a single step? Do you have the energy to sit up? Worry about that first. Worry about your next step before you worry about all the steps. Inertia and momentum aren't just laws of physics, they also apply to human psychology. It gets easier to stay in motion once you are in motion. So just worry about that first step. Worry about getting out of bed before you worry about anything else. The reason why it's so hard to get out of bed is because you're so worried about everything that you have to do whenever you get out of bed. Don't worry about those things yet. Worry about getting your head off the pillow first. The only step that matters to you is the next one. You'll figure out the rest of them when you get there. One day in the future, you will look back and you'll be thankful that you didn't give up, that you kept fighting, and that you had the strength and the courage to do what you needed to do to get to where you will be. If you want to find that energy to do the things that you need to do, you have to start that fire within you. That energy is not just going to show up one day. It's not going to show up in a box from Amazon on your doorstep. People aren't going to come up knocking at your door and say, hey, here's that energy you needed. It's like, no, you got to kindle your fucking fire. This is the thing that I really want people who deal with depression or suicidal thoughts. This is what I really just want you to wrap your head around. That energy that you are waiting for is not just going to show up one day. It's not just going to manifest out of nothingness. You have to build it. If you want to re-stoke the fire within you, you got to do that. You got to build it up. You got to fan that flame. No one else can do that for you. It's got to be you that does it, and it's got to be you doing it because you want to do it. Not gonna lie, I think subconsciously I was just waiting on the energy to just pop in one day. And you can't fault yourself for doing that because that's the trap that most people fall into. Most people are just waiting for their energy to return to them. If you want that energy, you gotta build that fire. You gotta find whatever remains of the fire within you. Maybe it's just burned down to ashes. Maybe there's just a tiny little ember. Find that ember so that you can rebuild the fire. The fact that you wrote this tells me that on some level, you know that you want things to be different for you. So listen to that part of yourself. The part of you that believes in you. The part of you that is willing to reach out, ask for help. That's the part of you that you really need to be listening to right now, not the part of you that's like, things are so bad, I want to die. Tell that part of you to shut the fuck up. I believe in you. Don't give up. You weren't put here to give up. All right? I want you to promise something. I want you to promise me. I want you to promise that you will never take your own life. As suicidal and as depressed as you may be, you don't seem the type of person who breaks promises. It might seem like a strange or even silly gesture, but what we've found is that that is actually helpful in helping people to prevent suicide. Signing a contract saying that you won't do it, promising someone that you won't do it, that actually is a meaningful act. A happier you is waiting just around the corner. Find him. As long as it fucking takes. Could take a month, could take a year, could take 10 years. It'll be worth it when you find him. One truly happy and joyous day is worth all that work, all that suffering. Lost their son. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad you're still hanging on. Whether or not you believe that you will be missed terribly, you will be missed terribly. I like your rock analogy too. That's a good one. It's against your religion. If that gives you a good reason. I don't care what your reason is, I just don't think suicide is ever the answer. With the exception of like terminally ill, like cancer patients or something. Like if you don't have long to live and your only option is to just live in terrible pain for a few more weeks or a few more months, it's like, okay. Like, okay. I'm okay if you want if physician assisted suicide is available. Like, okay, fine. What really got me angry was the woman who I forget where she was from, somewhere in Europe or something. She had physician assisted suicide for mental health reasons. Now that I fully disagree with. They're like, well, we tried everything. It's like, no, you actually didn't try everything. You tried not even half of what there is to try. Think she was Dutch? That makes sense. Nukin' in the Kukin. Like, they did electroshock therapy, but they didn't do psychedelic assisted therapy. They didn't do electrocranial magnetic stimulation. They didn't do other things that could work. Like, no, they tried pills, they tried therapy, and they tried shocking this person's brain. And they were still depressed. And so the government allowed them to kill themselves. Which I think is just awful. I think that just sets a terrible precedent. Anyway, life is worth living. Life is worth living. I find it helps if you have a sense of purpose too. Having a sense of purpose contributes to wellness and longevity. We were born to be alive. Period. That's why I like that song. It's just, it's as simple as that. Like, we were like, why are we here? What's the meaning of life? It's like, we were born to be alive. Simple as that. I've noticed that so many women admire and almost fan over Amaranth. I don't hate her, but it makes me sad how so many women admire her. I think she's a psychopath who has prostituted herself online with no self-respect or care for others, especially men. She has mentioned her family not liking her career path, and she seems to have no care at all. Do you think someone like her will have some remorse in the future, or do people like her truly live a fulfilling life by justifying their means? I feel like life is hard and capitalism sucks, and, you know, do what you gotta do to survive in the world. Do what you gotta do to make money. So I'm not really here to judge anybody. I feel like as far as like business-driven sociopaths, you've got bigger fish to fry. You know, like, what about Jeff Bezos? What about Elon Musk? What about Bill Gates? What about Jeffrey Epstein? You know, like, what about all of these other people who have way more of a negative impact on the world than one woman who, you know, makes money shaking her ass on camera? It's like, is she a perfect person? No. Are any of us perfect people? No. Is that how I would make money? No. Is that how you would make money? No. It's like, is she hurting people? Not really. Like, whenever we become overly angry at one person, we need to stop and reflect on why that is. It's like, how much harm are they actually contributing to the world? Is Amaranth contributing a fraction of the harm to the world that the CEO of ExxonMobil is? No. Not even close. What about the CEO of BlackRock? What about the CEO of Boeing? Like, no, there are actual bad people out there in the world. We don't need to focus so intently on one woman making a career by selling her sex appeal online. You know what I mean? BlackRock is an insane name for a company, by the way. Like a lot of these evil companies have pretty evil names. And then you have Nestle, who's buying up all the world's water. I feel like this is a reflection of how people will take out their anger on a target that feels safe for them to do so. It's easier for me to get mad at a streamer for how they make money than it is for me to get mad at my government for supporting a genocide. So just try to take in the bigger picture. Try to remember what actually matters. Try to remember who your actual foes are in society, because it's not streamers. The Boeing stuff going on is actually crazy, right? Like, imagine being a Boeing whistleblower right now. It's like, how many whistleblowers have they just murked? How many whistleblowers has Boeing killed already? Like 4? 5? It's actually insane. Or they like to hate on smaller fries since they feel like they're above them or since they're just a streamer. Right? It's like, a lot of people like to make their online community their world. You know, a lot of people spend a lot of time on Twitch, and I know that I'm streaming on Twitch right now, so I also, I understand the place that I have as I say this. But I feel like live streaming does offer a lot to the world. It offers us the opportunity for the most individualized content to exist. And so if somebody else is making content and it's not for you, that's fine. If there are people out there who enjoy that content, that's fine too. You don't have to watch it. You don't have to engage with it. You don't have to participate in it. So why spend time out of your day getting mad about it? Like, if you're gonna get mad at Amaranth, you also have to get mad at all of the men who support, you know, you have to, it's like, you gotta get mad at the environment that creates this type of career in the first place. It's like, why are you mad at people who get on OnlyFans when it's like, well, what about all of the people who financially support it? It's like, who is the real problem here? Scared of 5G. Am I sane or should I become a Republican? Why are you scared of 5G? What are some of the first steps in quitting weed and getting my life together? Friends and family tell me I need to stop, but I get angry for some reason when I hear it. But yeah, you get angry because you don't want to stop. That's why. You're like, I don't have a problem. I don't need to stop. I would say your first step is cutting back. I believe that weed is one of those things that you may not need to quit altogether if you're able to maintain a healthy relationship with it. Like, if you're just smoking weed at the end of the day to calm down, veg out, watch TV, it's like, that's pretty much harmless. But if you need to smoke it all day, every day to function, that is a problem. So I would say to start up, go as long as you can in that day before smoking. You have to remember how to enjoy life sober. Because right now you're smoking and it's not even getting you high, it's just making you feel normal. You would be surprised just how much higher you will get by smoking less. So just try to delay. Instead of doing it right when you wake up, go do something else. Maybe have some coffee, go for a walk. You know, if you have animals, take them for a walk, spend some time with them. You're trying to break the habit, so if you're going to break a habit, you have to replace it with a new habit. So it's a good opportunity to revamp and revisit your habits. What are some things that you've been wanting to do that you've been putting off? Like, I was in the same boat. There was a period of time where I liked to smoke a lot of weed, and I would be smoking weed in the morning. You know, it was wake and bake 7 days a week. But what I found is that if I wait until the afternoon or the evening to smoke, it's like, oh, I actually get high again. This is what weed actually should feel like. Finding a real job? All jobs are real jobs. All jobs have value, all jobs have merit. Well, except with the exception of middle management, project manager type people who... I saw a meme the other day and it was like, a parrot has learned how to say, how's the project going, and was promoted to project manager. Corporate welfare. No hate if you have that type of job. It's a sweet gig because you don't actually have to do anything, but you make pretty decent money. That's kind of my job. Good for you. Enjoy it. I'm not hating. I'm just saying. It's just one of those jobs where it's like, why am I here? If it makes you money, if it lets you live your life, that's fine. Just remember, you want to work to live, not live to work. I'm in HR. Uh-oh. Hold on, I need to look. I need to dig into this. Somebody's afraid of 5G. Why are people so scared of it? A lot of people believe in the 5G conspiracy theories, but apparently they're all fake. I feel like this is something that humans fall into, that they've continued to fall into for hundreds of years. Whenever there is an innovation in technology, a lot of people will fear it. The same thing happened when they came out with electricity. The same thing happened when they came out with refrigerators. The same thing came out when they came out with like automobiles. It's the pattern has repeated. So 5G just refers to the bandwidth of the radio wave. And as far as I know, it's harmless. Also, apparently, some of the phobia surrounding 5G was Russian misinformation. Now, I'm not trying to sound like a conspiracy theory myself, but Russian disinformation and Russian cyber attacks are a real thing. The state offices in my state were brought down for nearly a month because of Russian cyber attacks. They brought down the income tax office, they attacked the DMV. It's honestly kind of wild. But I mean, I'm sure the Americans are doing the same shit. Like, it's not just Russians doing it, it's like we're doing it too. You don't think they'll attack specific people? Yeah, right, unless you're like some sort of higher up in the government or something. But yeah, like, you have to think a lot of the infrastructure in the United States is really outdated, especially as like our technology is concerned. You have a lot of places with just really poor cybersecurity, like hospitals, state offices, you know, like it's like their security is dog shit. Well, the thing is that 5G has been around for a few years now, and we haven't observed any negative effects from it being around. So my question to you would be, if you are scared of 5G, how long does 5G need to be around before you're not afraid of it? Because it's been around for close to 5 years at this point, and it hasn't done anything to anybody. So maybe you're misplacing some of your other anxieties in life onto something else. I would try to focus more on the things in your life that you have control over, rather than things that you don't have control over. Are addictions really that common? I feel ashamed and that I live a double life and that everyone around me is like better than me. Addictions are really that common, and I can prove it. Hold your breath. Just hold your breath. How long do you think you can go without a hit of oxygen? The thing about addiction is that it targets a part of your brain that everyone has. It targets your dopamine pathways. This is your brain's reward circuit, meaning that whenever you do something that you're supposed to do, your brain gives you some feel-good juice in order to motivate you to continue doing that behavior. This applies to so many things in our life. Even breathing. Your brain gives you a reward for breathing because it helps you to survive. It motivates you to keep doing it. The same goes for eating, drinking water, getting exercise. You can get dopamine from just about anything if you perceive it to be something that is worthwhile. Now, when it comes to certain types of addictions, the reasons why they are addictive is because they trigger a release of dopamine in your brain, and it gives your brain the false perception that this thing that you're doing is actually beneficial to you. Like, take methamphetamine, for example. What methamphetamine does in your brain is it triggers a dump of your dopamine. It just opens the floodgates. It lets all your dopamine out, which is why people who do methamphetamine say that it feels really good, because it releases all of your dopamine. But it also makes you feel like shit, because your brain ran out of dopamine and now it has to recover. Addiction is a fundamental part of how our brain learns and how it forms behaviors. So when you understand the mechanisms underneath your addiction, it becomes easier to manage your addiction. You have to find something new to get addicted to. Instead of cigarettes, let's try getting addicted to self-improvement. Instead of alcohol, let's get addicted to exercise. We don't normally think of things as addictions when they are things that are helpful to us or beneficial for us, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't operate and using the same mechanisms within your brain. Like when I try to give up and I can't, I just feel kind of stupid. Don't. Like, you got a human brain, don't feel stupid for having a human brain. Recovery is a process. It's an ongoing thing. If it was so easy to quit something, we wouldn't have hundreds and thousands of addiction and support and recovery groups across the country. Like, you don't believe me? Just Google addiction group or recovery group in your area and just look at how many show up. They are all over the place. Because addiction can affect anyone, because it ties into a fundamental part of how your brain works. So all you gotta do is keep practicing a new behavior and give your brain the time it needs to wire itself differently. I was referring more to like the non-profit type organizations. Like, there are meetings all over the place that happen in community centers, in gymnasiums, in churches, just all over the place, and they're free. Because addiction and recovery is something that millions of people struggle with. There are also different techniques that you can use to help you overcome addiction. One of my favorite ones is called urge surfing. Whenever you feel the urge to use, whether it be nicotine or alcohol or whatever, you just watch that urge build up inside you. You just watch it as it continues to grow and build, like a cresting wave. And then what you realize is that in time, on its own, that urge will fade. You don't actually have to use to satisfy the urge. It might be really, really, really hard, especially in the beginning. But what you realize is that you don't actually have to satisfy that urge. Your brain just thinks that you do. Because addiction makes something just as important to you as eating, as breathing, as sleeping, because it hijacks that part of your brain. I want to learn guitar, so maybe that, along with my school summer workouts and my job, will help me. I believe that it will, and if you believe that it will help you. There's actually a lot of power in a person's belief. One of the major components on whether or not therapy works for a person is if that person believes that it will work. If you don't believe that it will work, it's probably not going to work. But if you do believe that it will work, you have a much better chance of it actually working. Not gonna lie, being sober is overrated. Yeah, and so is being suicidal. Being suicidal is overrated. Have you tried being happy? Like, sorry, you're gonna come at me with the smoke, I'm gonna come at you with the smoke. This is my first time asking out for help. Asking for help is a strength, so it's a good indicator of your own potential. Asking for help does not make you weak, it does not mean that you are weak. Asking for help is a strength, because everybody needs help. So every time you feel like you want to use, redirect yourself. Practice something different. Start strumming that guitar. Practice those chords. Practice some deep breathing. That was what helped me. Because I have a certain level of understanding regarding, like, neurology and, you know, the components of my brain. And one of the things that we've found out is that if you just sit there and only focus on your breathing, and they found this out by doing brain scans on monks as they meditate. If you just sit there and focus on nothing but your breathing, the pleasure center of your brain, that reward circuit that addiction likes to tickle, is lit up, and it's lit up like a Christmas tree. That thing is firing away. So this person is literally just sitting there doing nothing but breathing, and they are, scientifically, biologically speaking, as happy as a person can be. Because your body likes to breathe, your brain likes to breathe, and if you just clear out everything else and just focus on that, it's pure joy. So that's what helped me quit smoking. Every time I felt like I wanted to smoke, I just made myself do breathing exercises. And at first, it was really hard. It didn't scratch the itch completely, but it scratched the itch enough that I was able to power through. First questioner here. I wouldn't consider myself a fighter. If I had poison or some kind of weapon that would make for an easy and painless death, I would go for it instantly. Do you not realize the bravery of even putting a question in this box? There are people out there who won't, or who can't because they're too scared. And here you are being brave and being a fighter. Here's the thing. Most of the people who consider themselves fighters aren't really fighters. It's like people who drive lifted trucks. It's like people who buy this big-ass four-wheel drive, gas-guzzling behemoth so that they can bring 2x4s home from Home Depot once every 5 years. Like the people who actually go around saying, "Oh, I'm a fighter. Oh, I'm so tough." It's like, no, they are overcompensating. Most people who are actually fighters, who actually know the art of fighting, they don't really consider themselves to be fighters. So just because you don't consider yourself to be a fighter doesn't mean that you aren't actually a fighter. The reason why you learn and practice martial arts is because you hope that you never have to use them. You could have just as easily kept this to yourself, but you didn't, which means that I feel on some level you might disagree with this. There might be a small part of you that says, now do I want to do this? Because it's different in just imagining, the death beam. There's a death beam. It could just sap you. When we imagine it and we think about it, it's like, oh yeah, sure, I'd love that. But there's a major difference between actually having it, actually being there, and just imagining it. You'd be clinically insane without jujitsu. I've been wanting to sign up for a martial art or something, and I feel like BJJ sounds like a fun one. I mean, it doesn't sound fun, don't get me wrong. It sounds absolutely miserable, but I think I would enjoy it. I want to go into a gym and just get my ass kicked. I feel like that's what... Like, in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, it's like, you go for 2 years and you just get your ass whooped every week for 2 years, and then they're like, all right, here's your first belt. Now we're ready to actually show you some moves. Your friend went to a session and he texted you never again. Oh yeah, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is wild. Like, there was a rapper who I followed. He was, like, local to my area, and he was big into jujitsu, and he would always post pictures of himself, like, after jujitsu class, and I'm like, oh my god, this guy looks like he just got jumped. Yep, I'm 12 months in, while still white with stripes, and I get pretzeled every session. See? I told you. Like, to get to the top level of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you basically have to get your ass kicked like 1,000,000 times. Questioner, you're not allowed. No one here is by submitting a question to this box, you have signed a no suicide clause, and sorry, if you die, I'm gonna sue you. I took your advice, and now I found my twin flame. Wait, hold on. I have never told anyone in the history of ever to find their twin flame. Because the whole concept of like a twin flame is actually very problematic. The whole like twin flame movement is basically just a way to rationalize and cope with emotional abuse. What's a twin flame? Yeah, there's actually a whole documentary on it. There was this organization that was like centered around trying to find your twin flame. Like basically, the concept of a twin flame believes that like, oh yeah, you have a soulmate, or you have a person out there who has the same energy signature as you. They are your twin flame. You are a corresponding force within the universe. You are destined to be together. But what that does is that opens up the door for like violation of your boundaries. A lot of people who are in like twin flame relationships just end up in these toxic situations where, you know, they aren't able to work through or process the problems that they're having, and it's rationalized through the lens of like, oh well, they're my twin flame. I took her advice and now I found my twin flame. I said, be the type of person that you want to be in a relationship with. I never said anything about finding your twin flame. I just want to make that clear. All the people that I've met who have been like talking about twin flame, it's always just the most toxic relationships you've ever seen. Also, can I say this without offending anybody? It's kind of BPD coded. It's kind of BPD coded. The thing about people with BPD is they tend to gravitate towards one another because if you have BPD and they have BPD, it's like you both get it. You both understand what it's like to live with BPD, and you can understand each other on a deeper level that the average person might not because they don't have BPD. It's like, okay, if you have BPD, you might have a fear of abandonment, and you have a fear of abandonment, and they have a fear of abandonment, and that gives you reassurance. If I have a fear of abandonment and you have a fear of abandonment, then we're not going to leave each other because neither of us wants to be abandoned. Now, do you see how this could possibly be problematic? Not always, but it could be. I did therapy with a client who had BPD, and it was every other week. It was like, yeah, we're broken up. Yeah, we had a falling out. Or it's, oh, we're so in love. Oh, it was every week. Hot, cold. And so I'm not trying to say that anybody has BPD just because they believe in a twin flame, but the concept of a twin flame is kind of BPD coded. Having a BPD friend made me scared of having BPD too. Some of the coolest people I know have BPD. Some of the people I've spoken to have BPD, they are some of the realest people I've ever met. They are kind and genuine and honest, and like they will tell you like it is. it's also something that's super treatable. It's something that is super treatable. It's very receptive to treatment. I feel like a lot of people have a misunderstanding of what BPD is because a lot of people have a lot of misunderstandings about every type of mental illness. You would be surprised just how... Actually, you might not be. You might not be surprised, unfortunately, at just how much misunderstanding there is surrounding mental health. Even things that seem really easy to understand, like anxiety, people have misunderstandings about. Like, I'll talk to somebody and they'll be like, I just have a hard time going out to crowded places. It's hard for me to go to the store when it's busy, so if it's busy, I'll go back home and I'll wait until later to go to the store. Or I'll go right before they close, or I'll try to get there right when they open. And then I'll say, so it sounds like you're having some anxiety. And they're like, I never thought of it that way. But that makes a lot of sense. It sounds like I do have some anxiety. It's like... Or I'll have somebody tell me, life just doesn't feel that enjoyable. The things that used to bring me joy just don't bring me joy anymore, and I kind of isolate and I don't talk to my friends that much. I think I might be depressed. It's like, you think? It's like, you think? There's just so much misunderstanding about mental health, and it drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. But no, the same thing goes for, other types of diagnosis too. The other types of diagnoses are also really misunderstood. Like, people with bipolar, people have this misunderstanding. It's like, oh, if a person has bipolar, it's like, you gotta watch out. They might blow up at any minute. You never know. Like, the thing about most mental health diagnoses is these people are more of a risk to themselves than they are to anyone else, even when it comes to something like schizophrenia. The people you really have to worry about are sociopaths. People who can hurt other people but not care about it. Those are the people that you actually need to worry about. I don't want to leave my relationship. It will be so lonely. You're already lonely. So you're saying you would rather be lonely but get beat than be lonely but not get beat? Yes? I don't know, maybe maybe not being in a relationship with a controlling, abusive, manipulative person would allow you to actually make meaningful, healthy relationships. Maybe you could meet people that you actually aren't terrified of. Let me get to this question. I've just been on a tangent. I took your advice and now I found my twin flame. Again? Didn't say to do that. Just need to make that clear. The only problem is that we really feed off of each other's emotions. Like, I won't even tell him I'm upset at something, he will just know. Or I won't know if he's having a bad day, but I can just feel it regardless. How do you stop yourself from feeling everything your twin flame feels? Alright, I just want you to drop the... Like, you are on a similar emotional wavelength. You have empathy for one another. If it's too intense for you, you could give it time and it might get easier, but it might never get easier. Like, if the person that you love and care about is hurting, it's like, don't you want to hurt for them? Like, don't you want to feel it too? Wouldn't it be kind of sad to just have your loved one hurting but feel nothing about it? Oh, this just feels like empathy. This just feels like empathy. I went off on a 15-minute ramble about twin flames, and I probably didn't need to because your relationship doesn't sound unhealthy. Nothing wrong with having empathy for one another. I feel like that's a good sign that you are, emotionally connected. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm moving forward. I've noticed I have a bad attitude towards sex. I think it's because I lost my virginity so late, later than all my friends, and I feel self-conscious about it. Not because I think my body is ugly, but because I think I have to put on an act. I have to know how to moan and how to not overdo it. Nope! Looks like texting her friends worked. The only thing she said is, "Why are you acting this way? I've been in the hospital." Like, how am I supposed to know she's there? Or how does she have the time for Instagram but not me? It's because, unfortunately, it sounds like Instagram is more of a priority to her at this point in time. Come on, Jake, bounce back. Clear your head, get back in the game. Alright. You don't have to put on an act. I'm starting this question over. I've noticed I have a bad attitude towards sex. I think it's because I lost my virginity so late, later than all my friends. Better late than never, just putting that out there. And I feel self-conscious about it, not because I think my body is ugly, but because I think I have to put on an act. I have to know how to moan and how to not overdo it. No, you don't. That's not a rule. The only rule in sex is consent. That's the only rule. As long as you are both legal, consenting adults, that's all that matters. What might be stopping you... Hold on, maybe I should continue. Let me finish the question before I start weighing in. I have to know how to moan and not how to overdo it. And I have to not be awkward and move my body properly. There will always be awkward moments during sex. I don't care if you've had sex twice or if you've had sex a million times, there's always going to be awkward moments. Some awkward noise. Some awkward muscle cramp. It happens to the best of us. What's best to do in those moments is just laugh about it and move on. If you obsess over it and be like, oh my god, I'm so embarrassed, how could this happen? It's like, that is what kills the mood. Obsessing over it and worrying about it is what kills the mood. Just laughing about it and carrying on gets things right back to where they were. It's not about falling off. It's about how fast you're able to get back on. Like, sometimes you start and then you realize halfway through, I really have to pee. Like, I really have to pee. It's like, alright, water break. The thing about sex is that we've been having it for thousands of years. So it's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be something enjoyable. It's something you're supposed to not think too hard about. It's something you're supposed to just enjoy. Also, I just feel like I'm a virgin even though I've had sex. You're just, you're an amateur. But being an amateur isn't a bad thing. Because even the word itself, amateur, where it comes from is, it means to do something for the love of doing it. You're doing it because you love to do it. Not because you have to do it, but because it's something that you enjoy. I want to have sex, but I hate the thought of having sex. But I should be having sex. Okay, well you can. You can be having sex. What you need to do is just, first off, breathe. And second off, we need to find how you can feel more comfortable. First off, let go of any sort of embarrassment you might have about it, because there are sex coaches, there are sex therapists, there are people there who literally make a career out of teaching people how to become more comfortable with the act of getting it on. And so this isn't a problem that just you has, this is a problem that many people have. And this is also something that you can do something about. It's something that's very fixable. What I would recommend doing before jumping into a co-op session, we need to maybe try a little bit of single player action. And I mean, set the mood, find what feels most comfortable to you, what helps you feel the most laid back and at ease, and ready to play. Okay? It's Twitch. I have to use game lingo. Otherwise, they don't let me talk about. They don't let. That's the rule. That's the rule on Twitch. If you're gonna talk about sex, you have to use game innuendo. The point of doing this is to just feel more comfortable with the act of being intimate with yourself, because that is part of what sex is. It's not just you and the other person. You're not putting on a show for the other person. You're also there to have fun. It's about giving and receiving pleasure. If you're having sex just to get off, you're doing it wrong. You're just using the other person to masturbate at that point. Am I allowed to talk about this? I'm doing it anyway. It's educational. Fuck it. Some of what like sex therapists will do is they will just create an environment where it's like super relaxing and you just feel really at ease and at peace, and then you just you actually want to practice creating your natural sounds of enjoyment and pleasure, not faking it, not forcing it. It's about it's more of a reflex than it is you actually making a sound. So part of the reason why you might not be so excited at the prospect of having sex is simply because you're overthinking it. You're worried about, my body's got to be this way. I have to make this sound. I have to do this thing. It's like, no, this isn't Broadway. This is improv theater. Also, foreplay is probably the most important part of sex. Period. I would say this. Just try, like when you're having sex, like you want it to be enjoyable for everyone included. But in these initial stages, like if you're not that experienced or you're still, figuring out your moves, it's okay to be perhaps a bit more, I don't feel like selfish is the right word, but it's close enough. It's like you want to focus more on how you can enjoy it. Because that's what's going to motivate you to want to continue, putting the time in and practicing this skill. Was lurking, now I'm back. All right. Well, we had a sex question. And we were just talking about how to feel more comfortable with doing it. I'm like, get a candle, put on some smooth jazz, go to the sex toy store, find something that looks like you'll have fun with it, and just have a good time. Why wouldn't she tell me she's in a hospital? Jake, the writing is on the wall. It's starting to feel like perhaps she doesn't want to be in this relationship. And I want you to just open up to the possibility of that being true. Like, wouldn't you want a person that you're in a relationship with to be able to text you? Wouldn't you want to be in a relationship with someone whose parents allow them to text you? Wouldn't you want to be in a relationship with someone who would let you know if they were in the hospital? Who texts you more than once a month? Yeah, but I'm used to this. My exes used to do similar things. Would you rather it be different? Would you rather it be different? Because it could be, if you find the right person. I wish. Well, that's a start. They're not just gonna come knocking on your door, Jake. They're not just gonna say, hey, it's your new girlfriend here from Amazon. Prime shipping. Like, no, if you want to find the person that you want to be with, you gotta go out there and find them. They're out there waiting for you. This relationship just doesn't sound so healthy right now. When unhealthy things happen regularly, they start to feel like normal things. Sometimes you need an outside perspective to say, hey, that doesn't sound right. To feel and give love. I'm not feeling the love from her to you at this point in time. I just feel like if someone was in the hospital and they hadn't been able to communicate with you, and they were finally able to communicate with you after a month, they wouldn't respond with, "Why are you like this?" and then blaming you for their behaviors. I just want you to try to take a step back. View your problems as if they are happening to your best friend. Let's say the exact same thing was happening to your best friend. What would you want them to do? Sometimes it helps us to put our own problems into perspective by pretending that your problems are happening to someone that you really care about. That's different. The only difference is that it's happening to someone that you care about. And if you struggle with self-esteem, it might be difficult to have those feelings of really wanting to look out for your own best interest. Self-esteem takes years to grow. Like, most people don't have a proper sense of self-esteem until they're like 30 plus. So don't fault yourself for lacking in self-esteem. That's a structure that takes a long time to build. I look out for her best interests, not mine. Again, I want you to look at your problems as if they were happening to your best friend. What would you want your best friend to do? Also, when you're in a relationship that's healthy, looking out for your best interests pretty much aligns with looking out for their best interests too. Like, in healthy relationships, your best interests are usually mutual. Even if I did love myself, shouldn't I love the other person more than I love myself? Hold on. Cover your ears. If you have headphones in, if you have sensitive ears, I just want to give you a fair warning. I'm about to yell. Okay, are you ready? Fair warning. It's not a contest. It's not a love contest. It's not a competition. Why can't you love yourself just as much as you love this other person? Oh, that was tame. I know. I was teasing you. I was exaggerating. I wasn't actually gonna scream. But seriously, it's not a fucking contest. Why does it have to be I love this person more than I love me? Why can't you love them both the same? You only got so much love to give? Can't find more love within you? Did you know that if you love yourself, that increases the amount that you're able to love others? Because if you love others a lot and you love yourself, you should love that. You should love that about yourself. Because she matters more than me. I'm writing that one off to hormones, Jake. I'm writing that one off to hormones. You're a teenager. Give your brain some time to cook, and you'll be able to look back on this and be like, oh yeah, that was side effect of teen brain. No, she doesn't matter more than you. She matters exactly the same as you. Because everyone matters exactly the same. It's not a contest! Who matters most or who deserves the most love? It isn't a competition. It's not a contest. What's annoying is this relationship was her idea. It's actually so real, though. I've only recently been able to start loving myself, and I feel so much more free with my love. Like, I can say I love my friends easily now. Right? Like, people feel like self-love is selfish. Or people feel like self-love is wrong. It's like, do you not realize how that makes absolutely no fucking sense? It's like, oh, but no, Papa B, I can't possibly love myself. I've lived a human life. I've made mistakes. I've upset people. I've broken things. I haven't always been nice. Sometimes I think about myself. Like, so you're saying that that's a good reason to not love yourself? I'm not buying it. That doesn't make sense. She's my soulmate. Wrong. Your soulmate would have texted you back. Your soulmate wouldn't have been mad and blamed you for trying to contact them when they went no contact for a month. Your soulmate would have gave a shit. If you can't love yourself, how the hell are you going to love anybody else? Is it, can I say it like RuPaul, or is that appropriating? Am I going to get canceled? If you can't love yourself, how in the hell are you going to love somebody else? I feel like that's permissible. I feel like I can slide with that. I didn't lay it on too thick. Can I get an amen? What will blow your fucking mind is once you actually start practicing loving yourself and becoming more comfortable with the idea of loving yourself, you'll realize, oh my fucking god, I actually can love the people in my life even more. Because you can only love other people as much as you love yourself. You set the standard and the template for your love for other people. The love that you are able to communicate with yourself is the most important type of love to practice. Because it's the love that you can understand on the deepest level. Because you occupy your brain. Just saying. But Papa B, loving myself sounds narcissistic. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Tell that thought to shut the fuck up. You're allowed to love yourself. That's okay. That's legal. You don't have to hate yourself just because you said some embarrassing things as a middle schooler. Middle schoolers are embarrassing as hell. Like, you're a grown-ass adult. Use that brain for good. Yeah, Jake, sometimes young people have a hard time saying the words, I want to break up with you. Sometimes they have a hard time saying that, and so what they resort to is an emotionally immature tactic known as ghosting. If I just don't contact this person anymore, if I just slowly distance myself from them, they'll get bored or they'll leave, and I won't have to do the dirty work of saying the words. You want to find somebody that you can be with, that you can make a priority, but also treats you like a priority too. That's what's going to contribute to the most long-lasting, stable, healthy relationship. Is you can look out for one another, and you care about each other, and you actually are there for one another. You have to be the type of person that you would want to be with because, believe it or not, you have a relationship with yourself, and the person that you are is the person that you're going to have to spend the most time of your life with. You're stuck with this person, so you should probably like them. You're gonna be with them for a while. Should probably learn to like that dude. Probably shouldn't be so hard on that dude. Suga brings up a good point, Jake. You have to think, how is this making you feel right now, and are you okay with continuing to feel that way? I just want to make her happy. Well, I just want to make you happy, so what can we do to make you happy? I'm still waiting on you to tell me something that you like about yourself. From yesterday. Have you been thinking about it? You are a fast typer. That is good. How can I turn my defensiveness into becoming an opportunist and have no care on how to achieve it? Realize that the shell of your defensiveness is actually a prison. Like, if you want to live life, you gotta go out there and live it. And I don't mean that you literally have to go anywhere. That is probably a bad way to phrase it. What I'm saying is, life is happening to you right now. Do you feel like you're living it? Do you want to be living it? What could help you feel like you are living it more? I can't think of anything nice about myself because there is nothing. Alright, Jake, this is what I want you to do, and I want you to try really hard. I want you to try harder than you've tried at anything else before. I want you to answer that question. I need you to think about something that you like about yourself. Think. Something will come to you. I can already think of things, but I'm not going to give you the answer. I'm just going to grade your paper. I need a 5-word essay. Alright, questioner, it's important to remember that being overly defensive inhibits your growth. If you want to expand your comfort zone, you have to allow yourself to experience situations and circumstances that are uncomfortable for you. And so the only way to do is to do. What you also need to do is not care so much about failing, because failure is an important part of success. Nobody who succeeds doesn't have failures as well. The thing about opportunity is that sometimes opportunity comes to you, sometimes it just happens, sometimes you just stumble upon it, but other times opportunities are things that you cultivate, they are things that you work towards, they are things that you build. And so I would just figure out what is it that I want to work towards in life, and then find out what that next step is so that you can start getting there. Odds are you're probably already part way there. So it's not like you're starting at the beginning, you're just trying to figure out your next step. I got many failures under my belt, and now I'm talking with my bosses about another raise already, and I get to start working from home 2 days a week. Hell yeah. It's like if you boot up the new Elden Ring DLC and then you fight the first boss and you die, it's like, do you not try again or do you just give up? You're just like, well, I failed the video game. I will never try again. But life is not a video game. Yeah, you're right. Life isn't a video game, it's a choose-your-own-adventure novel. What I find to be an enjoyable mental exercise is to live my life as if I am in a choose-your-own-adventure novel. You get to the end of the page. What decision will you make? That determines which page you're going to turn to. You arrive at the fridge. You see before you a frozen burrito or a fresh salad. Which one do you pick? If you eat the burrito, turn to page... I didn't sleep at all last night. I kept waiting for her friend to reply. The moron blocked me. Hold on. I need to try something. Jake, when you wear rose-colored glasses, red flags just look like flags. She started it, and you can end it. Because she doesn't have the guts to end it, apparently. She's just trying to ghost you. So take your power back and say, you know what? I'm tired of feeling this way. I'm tired of being treated like a fool. healthier relationship is out there waiting for you. You gotta go find it. Well, it's been 2 hours since I took that edible, so it's kicking in now. Being a teenager is the time to be young and foolish. Glad I had my young and foolish days when I was young. Oh no, what's going on? I was just about to go through this article, 5 Ways to Tell If You've Actually Been Ghosted. Alright, now I'm thrown for a loop. I've been thrown for a loop. Like, if it's true, that's horrible, but it's also kind of giving, like... I'm on a different continent? Jake, have you ever met this girl? Jake? Jake, it's important to not develop such intense feelings with someone that you've never shared a room with, someone that you've never shared oxygen with, you've never had a chance to even see in person. I think somebody local might be a better option. For the both of you. I need to take a walk. I need to go think about this. Hey, Dumb Comet, thank you for subscribing. Thank you for the 8 months, Dumb Comet. Gotta let it go, Jack. be right back. We're all caught up in the question box, so if you've got a question, be sure to click that link up there at the top of the chat or exclamation Q in the chat, and you can submit questions anonymously. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go grab a snack. I'll be right back. Chat, somebody tell Jake about the concept of catfishing while I'm going. I gonna go on a hype train while I'm not even here? Hold on. Anonymous, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Anonymous, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Set us off on a hype train. I'm back now. Joshua, step in. Jake, don't get groomed. I fear she might be toying with you. She might be playing a game with your heart. It's like none of what you've really told us has communicated as this is healthy, this is love, this is, you know. Guacamole for the chips. These are... It's gonna get chroma keyed out. These are fried pickle ranch chips that I got from Aldi. The bag is bright green. Alright. Did anybody teach Jake about catfishing while I was gone? Oh, you left it up to me to do? Okay. I'm gonna use the term catfish a little bit more broadly than you might be familiar with. Typically, the concept of catfish, you associate this with somebody putting out an online dating profile and then pretending to be someone else. That is what you would normally assume to be a catfish. One of the other things that people do, which it might not technically be catfishing, it's more catfish adjacent. What people will do is they will enter online relationships with people far away, basically just because they're bored. Jake, I need to be 100% real with you. You said earlier that you didn't have boundaries. It's like, you need boundaries. You're like extremely vulnerable to being exploited and taken advantage of if you have no boundaries. Like, having no boundaries just basically commits yourself to a life of being abused. Boundaries can take a while to build. You're still young. You gotta keep working on them. Jake, my guy, you are in the seed planting stage. You need to plant some seeds today that will pay off for you in a year, in 5 years, in 10 years. But the way that you're going right now, not going to be anywhere good. Because let me be 100% honest with you. There are adults out there who are eager to take advantage of people exactly like you. I'm being 100% real with you right now. Going around on the internet and saying I have no boundaries, that's like a giant light attracting insects. Like, you gotta learn how to protect yourself. You gotta learn how to look out for your own best interest. You have to learn how to take better care of yourself. You might not be able to take proper care of yourself right now, but that's something you can learn how to do. You gotta start practicing that shit, though. You don't just sit down a piano and start cranking out Mozart. You gotta tinkle around a little bit. Like, just being perfectly honest, there are a lot of, like, online communities and content creators that would just be, like, wringing their hands and licking their, like, they would just look at you like a piece of meat. They're just like, can't wait to exploit this vulnerable young fellow. I don't mind what she does to me, I just don't want her to stop talking to me again. Jake, find somebody in your own time code. Find somebody in your own country. Somebody that you can actually hold hands with. Somebody you can actually share in a moment together. Not just somebody 1,000 miles away who just doesn't really seem to mind that they are tugging on your heartstrings. It should bother you that she doesn't care about hurting you this way. If you feel like you don't have self-respect, just borrow some of mine. Here, take it. I've got plenty to spare. Take some. Just leave some for me. Don't take all of it. My arm came back feeling noticeably lighter. I feel like some people took me up on that. Any tips on how to make my evening super cozy? I hope this is the same person who asked that other question, but I'm gonna assume this is somebody new. Alright. Tips on how to make your evening super cozy. What we need to think about is we need to think about all of our senses. If we can achieve cozy status for all of our body's different senses, we've achieved maximum coziness. So first off, let's talk about light. A lot of what our brain relies on is visual information. We have a whole lobe in our brain that's just designed to process visual information. So when it's coming down to things getting cozy, lighting is a great foundation. So find a light level that feels coziest to you. For some people, it might be a fire in the fireplace, or a campfire in the backyard in the fire pit. Or maybe it's lighting some candles. There's something especially cozy about candlelight, or like having a fire. It's that warm tones, the flickering of the flames. I don't know. There's just something very cozy about it. I think it's just something very human. You know, like we've been sitting around fires together for thousands of years. It's at this point, it's pretty ingrained in who we are. It's like everybody likes sitting around a fire. So yeah, dim the lights a little bit. Get nice and cozy with that lighting. It's a great place to start. Next up, let's move on to sound. Find something that you can listen to that gives you that feeling of being cozy. Whether it be, you know, some meditation tones, some smooth jazz, you know, just something that doesn't really make you like want to get up and dance, because that's a little bit too exciting. We want something a little bit more mellow, something that we can relax to. Not something that's too high BPM, because when you listen to like really high BPM music, your brain starts to synchronize with it. And so if you're going to listen to like fast, exciting music, it's best to do that during fast, exciting parts of your day. Like whenever I need to sit down and like get to work on my computer, it's like I'm listening to techno from the 90s. Just like stuff that I used to listen to as a teenager. All right. So that covers two of our senses. Once we got the lighting and the sound covered, we need to think about the sensation of touch. What feels cozy to us? Pajamas, a robe, slippers, you know, whatever it makes you feel most comfortable. Put that stuff on. Switch into your comfy clothes. A nice blankie, a big fluffy blankie. Great. The bigger and fluffier, the better. As long as it's not too hot. You don't want to get too sweaty. Because that takes us into the next part of touch. Temperature. That we're going to include that in touch because it's processed by your skin. What temperature are you most comfortable at? Find a nice comfy temperature. Some people like it a little warmer. Some people actually like it a little chillier. Some people find, you know, I find that some of the most comfy moments for me are when I'm snuggled up and warm, but it's otherwise cold. So, whatever suits your preference. Also, find a comfortable place to sit. You know, that's also an important part of it. I don't need to explain that to you. Let's move on to your next sense, your sense of smell. Maybe some incense, maybe a candle. Maybe you could bake some cookies. That would also cover your sense of taste. Sweaty balls smell? Do they make that into a candle? Like, Jake, I'm gonna start bonking you. Like, you're down too bad. You gotta pick yourself up, dust yourself off, get back out there. Like, right now, you're just spinning your wheels in the mud, bud. Also, I would say try to find somebody else, or maybe a pet if you're into that sort of thing. Getting cozy on your own is perfectly fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe take a bath, relax your body a bit. I find that taking a nice warm bath relaxes all of my muscles, and then it makes me feel even more relaxed because pretty much my entire body is relaxed. Did I miss anything? Oh yeah, something or someone to cuddle with, a cat, a dog, a rabbit, a human. Also, here's something you should try. If this is something you haven't done before, go to the candle section at a store. If you want even more of a selection, go to an actual candle store. They'll have scents that you didn't even know existed. And just go and just smell them. Just go and smell them until you find one that you're like, ooh, I like that one. It's like, the more candles you smell, the more you'll realize it's like, okay, yeah, most of these smell okay. Some of these smell like ass, because some candles just won't smell good to you. But there will be some where it's like, oh, this is S tier. Like, it'll blow your mind. Like, it'll be like, oh my god, I've never smelled something so good. Because you have to think about this for a second. How often do you just go out there and smell stuff with the intention of finding a smell that you like? This probably isn't something that you do that often. So in doing this, you will blow your mind. And then you'll have you can buy a candle if you want from the candle store. Sometimes the candle store candles are a little bit overpriced, but some people really like them. But either way, you now know scents that you really like, and so you'll be able to remember that going forward, and then you can find a candle that you really like. Maybe you can find one that's a bit cheaper. I'm just the reason why I'm talking like that is because, have you ever been to Yankee Candle? Like, Yankee Candle has a ton of candles, but they're all like way too expensive. Yankee candles are expensive. And so I don't normally buy a Yankee Candle. I would rather just buy a cheaper candle because it also smells good. Yeah, hit up Home Goods. Is that in America? America cake again. Yeah, it's my last pack. It's my last one. Like, yeah, even the candles at Walmart and Target are nice. It's like, a candle's a candle, pretty much. At least in my experience. I've never been so wowed by another candle that it's like, oh yeah, it's worth the extra money. Jake, you need to talk to these. You need to talk about these problems with a trusted adult in your life. Just because a person says you're a therapist does not mean that they're a therapist. Has she gone to school to be a therapist? Is she a trained professional? Her brain isn't even fully developed. Your brain's not fully developed until you're like 25. Why would you want a therapist? She's not officially a therapist? Then don't call her your therapist. Like, I'm a therapist, but I don't want anybody calling me their therapist because I understand that the relationship that you have individually with a therapist is an important part of the therapeutic process. Like, I'll teach you stuff, I'll help you with things, but I'm not your therapist. I'm just a therapist who is helping you. It's different. You need to talk to someone in your life, a trusted adult, so you can talk about these feelings. I'm just like, I don't know how I can drill this into you, Jake, but the behaviors that you are engaging in right now are making you incredibly vulnerable to being exploited and abused, and I don't know how to say that any clearer. Like, you gotta get it together, bud. Somebody's gonna take advantage of you. You gotta pull it together. Talk to a counselor, talk to a teacher, talk to a parent, talk to an adult friend that you can trust, talk to a doctor, talk to somebody about these things. These aren't things that you should be keeping to yourself, and they aren't things that you should only be talking to someone halfway around the world that you have never met. Someone who has demonstrated many signs that they aren't interested in continuing this relationship. How many hints do you need? How many hints do you need? She told you she was in a car crash. Have you considered that she lied to you? Have you considered that she wasn't being truthful? Do we have free will, or is everything predetermined? Plus, what makes an action morally right or wrong? I like to believe that... Okay, I'm going to answer your second question first, because I think it's the one that I can answer more quickly. I believe that that's part of the reason why we're here. The universe, as incredible and wonderful and expansive and gigantic as it is trying to figure that out. Is trying to figure out what is right and what is wrong, and that's part of what we're here to do. Does that make sense? That's what I believe. I feel like, morality is something that is subjective, but there are some things that seem to be like fundamentally tied into the fabric of our existence that just seem to be more correct, more right. But a lot of it depends on the perspective. Like, there's a different set of rules between conscious beings and beings who have lesser levels of consciousness. Like, think about how animals treat each other. Like, human beings do all of the same terrible things to each other that animals do in the animal kingdom, but we at least rein it in a little bit. Like, no, Jake, we're not mad at you. Like, we care about you and we want you to be doing well, and I just want you to listen to some of what we're suggesting because, it sounds like you're going through a lot and you might need to. I would just look into finding somebody in your life that you can talk to about some of these feelings. An adult that you can trust, not another teenager half a world away. Yeah, I'm thinking teacher, counselor at school, nurse at your school, a doctor. Somebody who will look out for your best interest. What makes an action morally right or wrong? It's like, I think that depends on your level of awareness and your level of consciousness. Like, as a human, you and I both know that it's not okay to go around eating other people. But if you're a crocodile, I think morality is something that we choose to do. It's something that we have a feeling that it is the right thing to do, and so we make that choice to do it because a lot of the animal kingdom of which we are a part of the animal kingdom. They don't seem to play by the same rules as us. And so I think your level of consciousness and your level of awareness is closely tied to your level of morality. You're talking to me, and I'm saying that it would best serve you to talk to someone in addition to not just me. I'm just one guy. The more people you talk to, the better. The more connections you have in your safety net, the better it can catch you. more connections you have, the better you can be picked up when you fall. But I'm already talking to you, and I, as a professional, am telling you that talking to 2 people is better than talking to 1 person. Don't argue that with me. Don't argue with me on that. I didn't get all those student loans and go to all those classes and write all those papers and do all that hard work. I'm just the entry-level guy. I'm just here to sell you on the idea of talking to somebody in your actual life, somebody who's a little bit closer, because they have much more that they can do to be of better help to you. The only thing I can offer you is words. But people in your immediate social circle can actually offer real, tangible assistance. So, what makes an action morally right or wrong? Not harming the vulnerable. I feel like what's morally right is to just try to reduce the amount of suffering in the world to the greatest extent that you can. It's like suffering is an inevitable part of living a mortal life. Like suffering is kind of baked into that cake. It would be morally wrong to add more suffering needlessly. There's already enough going around. We don't need more of it. And so to go out of your way to make things worse, I would say is morally wrong. And it would be morally right to do your best to try to reduce that suffering, knowing full well that you can't completely obliterate suffering. You can't get rid of all suffering. Eventually, somebody's going to bump their head, somebody's going to scrape their knee. It's about reducing the suffering. It's about avoiding adding more to it. I think that's what's morally right. Thank you, Hexavir, for looking up that number. Jake, I would give that a try. There's probably somebody that you can talk to, more in person, more in depth. What if I'm a bad person? Jake, you want to know the secret? You want to know the secret, Jake? If you're worried about being a bad person, you are probably not a bad person. Because guess what? Bad people don't really worry about being bad people. Do we all do bad stuff sometimes, from time to time? Sure. But it's about trying your best to be good. That's what makes you good. It's about trying your best. It sounds like that number was confidential, so I wouldn't worry about them tracking your location. Normally, organizations like that take a lot of pride in their confidentiality. What if I'm not capable of being good? You'll never know until you try. Do you want to try to do good is the question. I feel like that's a good benchmark of whether or not you are a good person. Do you want to at least try to do good? I'm too dumb. You want to know another secret? Dumb people don't worry about being dumb. Dumb people think that they are smart. Smart people normally worry about being dumb. Because the smarter you are, the more you realize there's stuff out there that I don't know. You become more aware of everything that you don't actually know.
And so the smarter you get, the dumber you feel.
If someone breaks up with me, it's because I'm a bad boyfriend and so many people broke up with me. That is what we would refer to as a cognitive distortion. You're making an assumption about the quality of your character just because your teenage relationships haven't worked out. Do you have any idea what percentage of teenage relationships don't actually work? What percentage of teenage relationships do you actually think work? It's probably less than 10%. Like being young, being a teenager, that's the time to, figure out what it means to even be in a relationship. Don't try to set yourself up for the rest of your life when you're still a kid. Alright, I think I answered the question of what makes an action morally right or wrong. It's about lessening the impact of the suffering that you will put out into the universe. I hate to say it, but all of us will inevitably contribute to the suffering that exists in the universe. We all contribute at least a little bit. We can't help it. Like, eventually you might, bump into somebody. You might step on somebody's foot. You might knock somebody's drink over. It's gonna happen. It's probably happened already. But it's just about trying your best to not add any extra suffering to it. Not going out of your way to be mean or putting anybody else down. We're all in this together. We're all confused. We're all scared. We're all trying to figure it out. So let's help each other a little bit. Okay. Do we have free will or is everything predetermined? There are some scientists who did some fancy study and they apparently came to the conclusion that free will doesn't exist. And so you're telling me it was predetermined that they would do that? I don't know. As much as some scientists like to say that free will doesn't actually exist, I believe in free will because if you think about a higher dimension, let's talk about the fifth dimension for a second. The fifth dimension. We live in the third dimension. We're three-dimensional objects. And we move through time in the fourth dimension. So the fourth dimension is time. So what is the fifth dimension? The fifth dimension is the dimension of choice. What did you have for breakfast this morning? Did you have waffles or pancakes? Bacon or sausage? Toast or a biscuit? It's all of these choices that determine the branching path through thy fifth dimension. So I believe that it is our choice that is what navigates us through a fifth dimensional space. Now, the other question is everything predetermined? Depending on how you look at time, yes and no. If you are a three-dimensional being moving through time in a linear fashion, you move through time in one direction, through the fifth dimension, not everything is
to choose from. Like a marble going down a Plinko board. Now, if you were to zoom out from this, if you were to zoom out and look at the entire scale of your life and all of the different choices that you could have made throughout the entirety of your life, the entire set of branches within branches, it would be nearly infinitely big. But let's imagine that you could zoom out far enough to be able to see it. The branching pathways of every single choice that you could have made in your entire life, and then all of the branches that branch off from those choices. If you were to view your life from that level, yes, everything is predetermined. Because it's all contained within its own little separate infinity. When you think about infinity, there are an infinite number of numbers between 1 and 2. And there are another set of infinite numbers between 2 and 3. Does that answer make sense, or am I too fucking high? To sum it up, yes and no depending on how you look at it. Is the dress black and blue or is it white and gold? I don't know, depends on what lighting I'm looking at it through. Jake, I think you'll feel better if you get some sleep. I would recommend trying to get some sleep. You didn't get any sleep yesterday, and I think you'll be able to approach this whole situation with a clearer head after a good night's sleep. Some well-deserved sleep, exactly. You've earned it. How am I supposed to sleep alone? You've been doing it. What do you mean? Put your head on the pillow and you lay in the bed. And you wait. Close your eyes. Start counting sheep. If you can learn to enjoy your own company, you will never feel lonely. So maybe try spending some quality time with yourself. Learn to enjoy the person that you are. Learn to enjoy their company because guess what? You're stuck with them. Might as well learn to like them. I wanted to submit this thinking about the first questioner and anyone else struggling with suicidal thoughts. About 2 months ago, I had a scary close encounter with active suicidal ideation. I actually submitted something here about it afterwards, and the support and words of wisdom I got from you in chat were huge. Oh yeah, let's go. Give it up for yourselves, chat. Like, you don't want to always be alone, but you should be okay with being alone, knowing that it doesn't have to be forever. Honestly, learning how to enjoy my own company sounds like sci-fi. Actually, it sounds more like a mystery to me, a mystery that you need to solve. Go start working on it. Now I don't want to know just one thing you like about yourself. Your homework assignment, Jake, I need 5 things. 5 things that you like about yourself. A 5-word essay due on my desk Monday morning. It's worth 30% of your grade. Don't use an AI to write it. I'll be able to sniff that out. If you try to use an AI, I will know. I'm gonna run it through a filter. My work got wildly busy shortly after that, and I was working so much. 2 weeks before our biggest work event, I got to where I was working the hours of 2 full-time jobs. Needless to say, I was still doing really poorly and slogging through it, trying to hold on until after the events when I could breathe. My work doesn't do overtime, but I've earned time off. I used the time I had just earned to take the whole week off after the event. I was basically living for this week off, when I thought I could actually have time to address the mess inside me. After I physically recovered from the event, I was miserable. Severe anhedonia crept in, and I was so bored I almost wanted to die. I wanted to enjoy this time off, but I wasn't. This is your word of the day. This is your word of the day. Anhedonia. It means a loss of pleasure. Hedon referring to hedonism. And an meaning without. You are lacking pleasure. You are anhedonic. But everything that sounds good can also sound bad. For example, me trying to help someone can be seen as annoying. I'll be the judge of that. I'll be the judge of that. I think you're overthinking it. I think you're overthinking it a little bit. But hey, that means that your brain works good. If your brain can overthink, that just means that your brain is really good at thinking. You just need to train that puppy. Get it to quit pissing inside. There's something that I want to mention real quick because it ties into what you brought up in this paragraph here. When you look at like a person coming out of depression, what do you think is the most dangerous time for a person on the scale of depression? So the lower it goes, the more depressed they would be. Let me zoom in a little bit. We don't actually need to really look at the mania side. Where on this dip do you think is the most dangerous part for them? The lower, the more dangerous? You would think. You would think. That's a good guess, but it's not. The most dangerous part for a person on a depressive curve, meaning that when you're up high, you're more normal, like you feel more normal. Like this line right here would be like, this is where I feel more normal. And you would think that the lower you go, the more dangerous it gets for you. But in reality, the most dangerous part is right around here. When you're actually on your way up. because you still are coming freshly out of that depression. You're still having those suicidal like thoughts. Those they're almost they're basically a delusion. You know, you get these depressive thoughts. I'm worthless. Nobody loves me. I'm gonna be alone all my life. And it's like, no, your brain is just lying to itself. You don't actually have to be that way. Your brain is that's just depression talking, and you need to push against those thoughts. And as you do, you make your way further up. The most dangerous place for a person is actually when they are on the uptick, because they still have those depressive ideas that they had when they were down here, but now they have a bit more energy. They have a bit more potential to actually do something about it. And so sometimes it's right after things actually start getting better for you that you're more of a risk of harming yourself. The uptick needs to be monitored carefully. That is true. Jake, you're not allowed to say that you're worthless. If I catch you talking bad about yourself again, I'm going to time you out. I'm serious. You're breaking the rules. You're not allowed to say that you're worthless. This is me letting you off of the warning. The more you say to yourself that you are worthless, the more it reinforces that idea and the more you actually believe it. But guess what? A belief is just a thought that you choose to keep thinking. If you choose to start thinking better about yourself and you just keep working at it and keep doing it, eventually it just becomes the way that you think. So yeah, questioner, I just wanted to take a moment to say that, yeah, the uptick is when a person is at most risk of harming themselves, because they still have those depressive thoughts, but now they have more energy to act on them. And so if you find yourself in the uptick, keep going. You're almost there, okay? You're gonna make it. You gotta keep going. Nothing can compare to human connection. Exactly. I agree. So, Jake, you understand the value of human connection. That's a good thing about you. That's a thing that you should like about yourself. Write that down. I value the importance of human connection. Because not everybody does. So that's something you got going for you. There you go. You just proved yourself wrong, that you're actually not worthless. Good job. I'm at a BPD. You're not actually old enough. First off, there's nothing wrong with having BPD. BPD is super treatable. But that being said, you're not really old enough to properly diagnose BPD. BPD is something that you will get diagnosed after working with a doctor for a while, because it involves a thorough analysis and an understanding of your behaviors over a long span of time. Also, don't diagnose yourself. Professionals who can diagnose, the people who actually do diagnosis, they don't diagnose themselves. So why would you diagnose yourself? I looked up the symptoms and I have all of them. Then go talk to a doctor about it and they can help you. They can treat you. In the meantime, I'll do my best to help you as well. But this is something that I can't do all on my own. It's going to be a team effort. What's up, Raiders? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome. Let me get these potato chips out of here. Welcome in, everybody. We're just taking some questions from the question box. We're doing free therapy today. So welcome in. Make yourselves at home. Is there even more reason to see a therapist? I'm here. Well, if I'm your therapist, then my therapeutic recommendation as your therapist is to find another therapist in your real life. Someone who you can talk to individually, one-on-one, somebody who has a degree, certifications. Oh, I'm doing good. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We're just going through the question box. I got the question box link up there at the top of the chat. Just been doing our thing. I'll start this one over since y'all just got here. We were just talking about the uptick. Let me show you. I'll show you since you just got here. You might find this interesting. I'll ask you the question that I asked chat just a few minutes ago. On this graph of depression, where would you say is the most dangerous place to be for a person? At what part of this graph is a person at the most danger to themselves? If you already know the answer, if you were here earlier when we talked about it, no spoilers. Let me be more specific. Where on this curve? Let's say that you're depressed. And depression kind of works on a curve. You kind of slide into it, and then you kind of climb back out of it. Where on this curve of depression is a person at the most risk for harming themselves? What would you say? Where on this curve? The very bottom? See, that's what you would think. That's a good guess. Isn't it like when you start feeling good again? Exactly. Clambake's got it. Give it up for Clambake. Give it up for Clambake. Exactly, Clambake. Because when you're on the uptick, we call this the uptick, you're on your way out of a depression, you still have those thoughts fresh in your head that you had when you were at your lowest, but now you have more energy to act on them. That's when you're at the greatest risk. Now, I'm not saying the entire curve isn't risky, but that's what I'm saying, that most people are at the highest level of risk. That's scary. It should scare you. But what we were talking about that because the person who submitted this question was kind of describing the uptick, and so I wanted to talk about it for a minute. So if you find yourself in the uptick looks like this. Things are starting to get better. Not every day is terrible. Maybe you have a couple good days a week. Or maybe you have a week where more days are good than days are bad. Things are starting to look up. But then next thing you know, you just still feel like shit. You're just still trudging along, like things are difficult, you're not really enjoying life. And it's frustrating. So the safest thing is to not get better? No, the safest thing is to push ahead and to keep going because you can actually start to see the finish line. It's like pick up the pace, pick up the momentum, work twice as hard. Use that extra energy that you've got to work even harder on climbing out of this depression. You don't have to walk over the finish line. You can start sprinting. Just start going. So I shouldn't get better. I thought the Germans loved to work. I thought the Germans were such an industrious people who really prided themselves on their hard work. Are you telling me that you don't have what it takes? Because I think that you do. The only person in this universe who can fix you is you, so get to it. Come on. Do it. Go. Anyway, let's start this question over. I wanted to submit this about the first questioner. We had a questioner earlier today who was talking about having suicidal thoughts. So this is for them and for anybody else who's struggling. About 2 months ago, I had a scary close encounter with active suicidal ideation. I actually submitted something here about it afterwards, and the support and words of wisdom I got from you and chat were huge. My work got wildly busy shortly after that, and I was working so much. 2 weeks before our biggest work event, I got to where I was working the hours of 2 full-time jobs. Needless to say, I was still doing really poorly and slogging through it, trying to hold on until after the event when I could breathe. My work doesn't do overtime, but I earned time off. I used the time I had just earned to take a whole week off after the event. I was basically living for this week off when I thought I could actually have time to address the mess inside me. I love the attitude. I love the idea of like, all right, I'm finally going to sit down and start working on myself. And then you get in there and you're like, oh, it's going to take me a little bit longer to clean up this mess than I thought it would. That's not bad. That's like, it can be scary and confusing and frustrating, but it's like you're working on yourself. So take your time, do it the way that you need to do it, like, and things will get better. Once you start getting some momentum and you start feeling like, okay, the mess is less. The mess isn't completely gone, but the mess is less. Like, okay, I can see the finish line. We're getting there. After I physically recovered from the event, I was miserable. Severe anhedonia crept in, and I was so bored I almost wanted to die. I wanted to enjoy this time off, but I wasn't. Also, anhedonia is our word of the day. It means a lack of pleasure. It refers to hedonism. I moved to my current apartment in December 2020. I had never fully unpacked, and I have struggled hard to keep my place clean, even though I am a very tidy and organized person at heart, and in other times of my life. Things got real bad, and I was, and am, extremely embarrassed by it. It was definitely a reflection of my mind. On Thursday, my week off, I was so miserable. I thought a change in pace would help. I tried all kinds of hobbies I knew I enjoyed, as well as some new things. Nothing worked. I was so miserable. You know what it was? I'm not going to spoil it, because I'm reading ahead and it looks like we'll get there, but you've probably noticed that it's really not that easy to relax in an untidy place. Whenever you look around and you see all of the stuff that you could otherwise be cleaning, it's kind of hard to like really unwind. All that stuff around just really keeps you on edge. But yeah, I also agree. It's a reflection of your mind. If you want your mind to feel more tidy, just clean your room. Clean your room. The problem that we are facing is that we have an entire society of men who have forgotten how to clean their room. They rely on their mothers to bring them chicken nuggets. Jordan Peterson's a quack, but a broken clock is right twice a day, and when he said to clean your room, he was absolutely right. I will give him that. I will give him that one thing. So I went to my bedroom and thought, what the hell? I'll start hanging up clothes from the clean pile on the floor. I noticed the misery I felt vanished when having something productive to do. It's been about 2 weeks since then, and I've not given up or stopped the slow momentum I created. My bedroom is spotless now, and so is my living room. My kitchen and bathroom are getting closer. I'm now actually putting stuff up to make my place feel like a home and not just surrounded by plain walls and floor. Let's fucking go. You've described this really well. This is very nicely written. Like, you describe it exactly how you should approach the type of situation. It's like, what am I going to do with this restless energy? Channel it into something productive. Give your monkey mind a job. The part of your brain that experiences anxiety, that's the monkey part of your brain. That's a monkey feature. You and I are humans, but we run on Monkey OS. We run on the monkey software. And there are some parts of our operating system that are still very monkey coded. It's great that they have self-worth and deserve a nice place to live in. Exactly. This is why it's so important to actually do this kind of stuff when you are pushing out of a depression, is because you are reminding yourself that you are worth the work. Like, is it going to take work to clean and tidy your house the way that you want it to be? Yeah. But are you deserving of it, is the question. And if you feel like you're worth it, you'll work it. And then you can drop down, flip it, and reverse it. I still strongly feel like I don't understand the point of it all, staying alive. I just know after that close encounter with suicide that I didn't want it. I could feel that inside, but I sure didn't think it. You're still in the process of figuring that out. Because guess what? I don't know if anybody really knows the exact point of it all. Like, what is the point of it all? We're born to be alive. That's the best I can come up with. I could feel that inside, but I sure didn't think it. Right? Like, when it comes to feeling suicidal, it's an internal debate. And it's all about which side do you want to win? There's no point, so you get to choose the point? Exactly. So, make it a point that you like. It's like, well, if life is the way that it is, why am I depressed? Why am I suicidal? It's like, I don't know, maybe so that you could learn how to get over it and get through it and get stronger from it so that you could enjoy life even more. Because it's struggle and hardship that makes you really appreciate what you have, and maybe if things were too easy for you, you feel like you would just be a shallow person and you wouldn't really enjoy life to the fullest. I don't know. The best is yet to come. That's my mindset. always people having conversations in my head. Is one of them me? Nah, it's normal. It's normal to have an internal dialogue. And sometimes we assign other people's voices to our own internal dialogue. That's how a lot of people's brains work. Not everybody's, though. Some people don't have an internal dialogue. These people have NPC behavior. I've been listening more to my gut, heart, instead of my mind, and it's really helped. I love it. I love it. I feel like an NPC sometimes. I feel like we can all be in NPC mode from time to time, alright? Like, there are times in my life where I go into NPC mode. It's like, I'm checking out at the store, I'm in line, I'm engaging with public people. It's like, I don't feel the need to stand out. I don't feel the need to be the main character. I'm just an extra in this scene. Because there will be times in your life where you are the main character, and they might not always be good ones. Just one of these days, I would like for someone to call me sir without following it with "you're causing a scene." Yeah, when in doubt, stop listening to your brain. Listen to your heart instead. You have neurons in your heart as well as in your gut. Neurons are brain cells, so by that logic, you can kind of do a little bit of thinking with them. So just try thinking with your heart and see what it says. The mind has no answers, and the heart asks no questions. Never knew that. Oh yeah, let me show you. I keep getting sidetracked from this question because they keep bringing up such interesting things that I want to talk about. You have a little brain in your heart. In the early 90s, researchers found that the heart had nerve cells or neurons that were akin to the ones that made up the brain. In other words, the heart had its own little nervous system that could function independently of the brain. Also, your heart generates an electromagnetic field. Your heart generates an electromagnetic field because your heart runs on electricity, and it actually extends out beyond your body. It's kind of like a bubble around you. Think about your bubble. Doesn't everybody have a bubble? Whenever you talk about having a bubble, This is kind of what I like to think of. It's like, how big is the bubble of the electromagnetic field that is being emitted by your heart? I think human bodies are just meat mech suit for our brain. Wait, now you're cooking. Now you're cooking. Now you're on my level. I'm like, I'm just piloting this meat machine. I guess I'll learn how to become a better pilot, a better operator. Something interesting to think about. I know this kind of sounds a little woo woo. I get it. If like this might be when you start to get into the realm of being like, okay, this sounds a little woo woo, but no, this is actually true. Like, you could measure this with instruments and stuff, and we've known this for a while. Positive emotions such as love generate a harmonious pattern in the heart's rhythm, leading to coherence and greater emotional regulation. So when they've been talking this whole time that you feel love in your heart, it's like there's actually some science to that. The heart's energy is said to reach about 3 feet outside of your physical body. It's possible to train the heart using positive emotions so the brain more consistently releases chemicals that support healing and well-being. So whenever people say listen to your heart or ask your heart what it thinks, it's not bullshit. It's not woo-woo. It's actually backed by science. What are you talking about? Listening to your heart. Try this. Just try this. Take your hand and put it over your heart. It might help to put your dominant hand, your preferred hand, over your heart, because you can easily put a lot of like awareness and consciousness into your dominant hand. You use it all the time, and so there's a lot of you in that hand. Does that make sense? So I want you to put that over your heart. Sounds like prayer. We're not going to be praying. Don't worry. You're just touching your chest with your hand. I want you to ask your heart a question. I want you to ask your heart, what do you think about me? And I want you to try to pay attention to its answer. Depending on how interconnected you are with those neurons in your heart, the answer might be very faint. It might be like a whisper. You might hear it a little bit louder. It said lay off the salt, period. It said no more chicken nuggets, please. Anyway. I started smiling more just because I realized it made people nicer to me, but you do just get happier from doing it. Exactly. Exactly. The brain is smart, but also dumb. If you just practice smiling and you smile more regularly, it's like, oh, I actually do feel happier. That's weird. It's because you can trick your brain. Your brain is highly suggestible. Use that to your advantage. Society and billionaires and the government and your boss, they're all trying to gaslight you already. So why not gaslight yourself to make you feel a bit better? So tired. Go to bed. That's an order. I'm about to time you out for 8 hours, so you have to go to bed. I say good night. See you in the morning. My heart said to me, I love you, I work non-stop, I'm getting older, so please take good care of me, and I'll take good care of you. Yes. Good answer. Just think about your heart for a second. That little dude is pumping away non-stop 24 hours a day for your entire life because it wants to keep you going, because it wants you to live, because it loves you. Name anything else in the world that works as hard for you as your heart does. Focusing on my heartbeat makes me anxious, haha, I don't know why. It's because your heart's shy, and it's getting to know you better. Your heart is literally doing the peepo shy emote. Like, oh, my brain is thinking about me? Ooh woo. So, the questioner, they said they started listening more to their gut and their heart, and I'm telling you, it works. It's not hogwash. There's actually science to it. You do have neural tissue in both your heart and your gut, and they are in constant communication with your brain, and they contribute to your sense of mood. All right? Serotonin is produced in the gut, for example. I don't know, maybe ask your gut to make more serotonin for you. Like, hey, gut, can you make more serotonin for me? You'll be like, sure, but you're gonna have to stop eating McDonald's. That makes it really hard for me to make all the serotonin I need. Maybe if you had a smoothie or like a salad or like a piece of fruit or something, sure. That's something I can really work with. It works. Instead of my mind, and I'm talking to these parts of my body instead of my mind, and it's really helped. Literally just hanging up one clothing item at a time is all I focused on. Exactly. I love it. I love it. It's like you've followed every bit of advice I had to give. It's like, just focus on the next thing. Just focus on that next little step. I'm going to sleep. Good night, Jake. Sleep well. My heart, brain, gut communicate all the time when I'm vomiting. Yeah, your gut is saying, I've been poisoned. Literally just hanging up one clothing item at a time is all I focused on. I'm still just putting one foot in front of the other, and that's all I can do, really. That's the only way to do it. What are you gonna do? You're gonna take 2 left steps and then 1 right step? It's like, no, literally all you can do is just put 1 foot in front of the other. Just focus on that next little step. It's too daunting otherwise, right? Don't worry about every problem that you'll have to face, just worry about the next one. That's the one that really matters. Like if you're running a hurdle race, you want to worry about the hurdle that's right in front of you, not about the hurdle that's down the track. I hope the questioner and others at least give suicide another thought. Things can get better, especially when you put the effort into it. It's just hard to take that first step, but it is possible. And it will really help in pulling you out of the dark place. Just wishing love to all of chat and anyone struggling. Life does get better, but you have to try something that will change what you don't like about your current life. You're not going to solve everything right away, but damn, getting even one thing done is amazing. I want to put this in the question box submission hall of fame. This is a good one. Thank you so much for writing this. This is beautiful. When my new fridge gets here, I'm going to print this one out and put it on my fridge. But I'm waiting for the new fridge to get here. All the other appliances are here, but the fridge is delayed. Thank you for that question. It was great. What was it like growing up with a What was it like growing up with a dad who was a cop? Well, it wasn't fun. I probably learned more about how to break the law than anything else, because if there's anything that cops are actually good at, it's they know how to get away with breaking the law. They know what cops are looking for. They know what is suspicious, according to them at least. And so, yeah, I learned a lot about how to skirt around the law. The thing about growing up with a cop as a parent is that sometimes they have a hard time making that distinction between being at work and being at home. It's like sometimes they'll be a cop at work, and then sometimes they can't help but be a cop at home too. And it's like, that's not really what you want in a parent. It's like, you want your parent to be more emotionally available, I guess. It's like, I learned a lot of practical things. You know, I learned a lot about how the world works. I learned how to do stuff. But there's just so much more involved with being a man that I feel like we didn't really go over. That's alright, I'm out here learning it on my own. It's just like, I feel like it's a misconception that restricting your emotions and not talking about how you feel is manly, and that's just not true. The only thing that really says is that you're afraid. You're afraid to talk about how you feel. So don't let anybody ever tell you that talking about your feelings makes you weak, because that's just them trying to feel better about their own fear of talking about their feelings. It's like, what's the matter? You afraid? You afraid to talk about how you feel? It's going to make you feel emotional? It's going to make you want to cry? What's the problem? You afraid to cry, little boy? My favorite thing to do with men who have that like toxic macho attitude is to direct it back at them. It's like, what's the matter, little boy? What's the matter, you little baby? You afraid to feel your emotions? What's the matter, you chicken? If you really want to get to a man, just accuse him of being scared of something. Works every time. But no, like, it wasn't all bad. It wasn't all bad. I mean, do I wish that we were closer? Do I wish that, we had more of an emotional connection? Yeah. And I feel like maybe his career path kind of tied into that a bit. Just kind of shuts you off from emotionality. Kind of requests a certain level of cold detachment. It also gives you a kind of jaded worldview. When you work as a police officer, it gives you a very jaded worldview because you are encountering people who are having one of the worst days of their life all day, every day. Well, maybe not all day, every day, but consistently throughout the week. You are meeting people at one of the absolute worst points in their life, and then you are judging the rest of humanity by that. It gives you a very skewed perspective of what the world is actually like. You are seeing some of the worst of humanity. Just like being a doctor or a nurse, it's like you are seeing people who have just terrible injuries day in, day out, and it just consistently reminds you of how, like, frail we actually are. How easily everything can just be taken from you. My friend thinks like that, and it really bothers me. He talks about his problems with me, but he doesn't allow himself to feel what he wants to feel. This has led to the return to tobacco and alcohol when he was practically a child. I would just tell him, you gotta feel it to heal it. Otherwise, that wound is staying in there. But if you want to actually heal it, you gotta feel it. It's not gonna kill you. A feeling can't kill you. Some feelings give you the impression that you are going to die. We call those panic attacks. A whole generation of men believed in emotional repression, right? And that's why men are now having to work doubly hard to make up for it. And I feel like that wasn't even always the way it was. I feel like it probably even wasn't so bad. Or it's at least getting better. I don't know. It's probably always been sub-ideal, but I feel like there was just a certain, like, I don't know. There's always, like, a movement within popular culture to, like men need to return to being real men. Like, the men today aren't manly enough men. It's like, what makes you manly? The amount of wood that you chop? The amount of coal that you mine? The amount of times you yell at your kid? Like, what is it? What makes you a man? He's gonna go to the military to heal and resolve his life. That's just gonna give him PTSD. That's the last thing he needs. You could try the Good Will Hunting maneuver, the Good Will Hunting technique. Where you just hug him and tell him over and over it's not your fault. Have you ever seen Good Will Hunting? So the technique is you have to hug him, and then you just have to keep telling him it's not your fault until eventually he cries. That's the technique. You gotta feel it to heal it. Not gonna lie, if someone Goodwill Hunted me, I would absolutely cry. It's a good technique. It would work. It would work on me. Like, that's the beauty of it.
is that it's a good technique. The reason in the movie why Robin Williams, who plays the therapist, uses the technique is because the person that he's working with, Will Hunting, who's like a genius but also just very jaded, he feels like he's too smart for therapy. He feels like he understands everything that the therapist wants to communicate with him. He's like, oh, I get it. I understand how the world works. But really, deep down, everyone just wants to feel like it's not your fault. It's not your fault that things turned out the way that they did. You're just human. You gotta learn how to forgive yourself. Have I done it, or is it an actual thing made up for the movie? It was made up for the movie, but it just really speaks to the power of, like, having somebody there with you, showing that level of, like, understanding, and just letting you know, like, hey, it's okay. Thoughts on the fact that there are people in the government officially actively working to usher in the apocalypse? Yeah, it's true. I'm not even going to deny it, and it's not even really a conspiracy theory. Like, there are religious nut jobs who are eager for the apocalypse to happen because they want to meet Jesus. Like, those people actually exist, and they're all over the place. So the thing about it, though, is that there are people in the government who are actively trying to usher in the apocalypse, but there are also people in the government that are trying to stave off the apocalypse. So I guess it's just about which side are you on? Which side are you on? It would probably be a good idea to find some land, learn how to grow your own food, learn how to survive off grid, just in case. Like, think about the Cold War, right? Think about the Cold War. The Cold War was probably one of the closest points in history to the human race experiencing a nuclear holocaust. However, there were individual people who were able to prevent that from happening. Like, there was an event where a Russian monitoring, like, missile launch station received false information. It was a glitch, and they received a signal that there were American missiles headed towards Russia. And so naturally their response should have been launch the missiles. But they double checked and they didn't do it. They didn't launch the missiles. And so we were really close to a nuclear annihilation. You know what they've also said? They've also said that aliens have intervened at nuclear silos. There are reports of unidentified flying objects flying over nuclear silos, and then they experience like a total system shutdown, like multiple independent systems that aren't even interconnected, simultaneously shutting down. So I don't know. That might be cool. Maybe the aliens will show up and they'll be like, hey, don't blow up the planet, you fools. It's not a good move. I think I'm going to stop eating and sleep more. Get a good amount of sleep. Eat a good amount of food. Balance in all things. Just don't stop eating altogether. I hope you mean just stop eating for the day, not period. Background. My BF and I argued about 2 weeks ago. I was watching Netflix at his house, and his mom has some mental health issues. She yelled at him over text and called him about how another person was on her profile and was worried that they were hacked. He told me before how she is possessive and weird like this, but we were drinking and I genuinely didn't realize at the time, so I kept watching. He ended up yelling, "What the F are you doing?" at me from his computer. So I was stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" Then he said, "It's because I was on her profile," and then immediately after realizing I didn't know, all he said was sorry, and then went back to playing a game with his friend. It's like, we need to get off Mom's Netflix account, I fear. Like, if you're sharing a Netflix account with somebody who's going to call and yell at you for being on their Netflix account, you should probably have your own Netflix account. He did apologize. Could his delivery have been better? Yes. Could the apology have been more sincere? Yeah, probably. Here's the thing, though. When it comes to apologizing, you don't have to do your full apology like in that moment. Like sometimes if you're still like caught up with something, you can just be like, "Oh my God, I'm sorry." But then later be like, "Hey, I just wanted to apologize again for what happened earlier." There's an art to apologizing. I felt stuck because I was sick with the flu. He said he wanted to be there for me and take care of me. I was originally the voice at me like that ever. I felt so stupid just sitting there. He was already barely paying attention to me, and then I was treated like that. But my flight was in 3 days, and I didn't like the idea of spreading this illness around. Wrongly, I let my emotions get the best of me and yelled at him too. He ended up saying even more hurtful things and went to cool off. There's a lesson to be learned here. Whenever we escalate, we need to take a moment and ask ourselves, is this a situation that I want to escalate or do I want to de-escalate? Like maybe there will be a time and a place in the near future that will be more conducive to having a productive conversation about what just happened. But you acknowledge that you let your emotions get the best of you. But it happens. So all you can do is learn from it. Two weeks went by, and we tried to talk about the argument, but he just defended his actions, or he'll deflect and turn it back around on me, instead of just accepting that we were both wrong, admitting our parts, finding understanding for each other, and moving on. He tells me I don't feel bad enough about how hurt I made him, but why should we both continue to pin mistakes on each other, even after processing this for so long? Right? It's like this, okay, just being real, like this doesn't sound like that big of a deal. I don't know, I'm kind of, okay, just to take his perspective, it's like having a parent with mental illness is stressful. Having a parent with mental illness is very stressful.
and then having to interact with them and console them and make them feel better about their mental, if they're having something that's being triggered by their mental illness, it can make you feel a little agitated. So just looking at it from that perspective, it makes sense why he would be agitated in that moment and why he acted the way that he did. That doesn't make what he did right. It just explains it. It's not an excuse, it's just an explanation. But yeah, anytime there's an argument when you're both yelling at each other, if you both yelled, then you both did something wrong. That's the way that I see it. Because you can always apologize for yelling. You can always apologize for raising your voice, because it's never necessary unless you're trying to communicate with someone who's very far away and you need them to hear you. You say, hey, look out! There's an anvil falling. Watch out for that tree! That's why we can yell. That's why we're able to yell, is to communicate with people far away. Don't yell at people right in front of you. They can hear you. In fact, raising your voice makes them hear you worse. When you start yelling in a conversation, the other person stops listening. You are now having an unproductive conversation. So just think about it. You're not going to get shit done when you're yelling at each other. It's just not going to work. It never has worked. Never in the history of arguments has it been like, okay, I see where you're coming from. I apologize. That's never worked. I was just feeling a bit frustrated. I had a hard day at work. My boss made me feel like shit. I'm sorry I took it out on you. When you catch yourself yelling, reel that shit in. Reel that shit in. You're losing your effectiveness and you're not going to get your point across when you're yelling it. Unless the person is very far away. What if we both yelled, but I'm the one who cried? Who's in the wrong then? Both of you. But maybe it's 60-40. Maybe one of you is slightly more wrong. Maybe it's 70-30. What do you think when someone says they're not taking it out on you, but they're like cranky and refuse to talk normal but are mad at something else? Then I would kindly and gently say, because I don't need to yell at them and I don't need to make them more angry, I would say, you kind of are, though. Or I would say something like, well, I feel like you are. Like, refusing to talk normal is you taking it out on me. I would just kindly let them know that it feels like they are taking it out on you. Because that's how it feels to you. All you can do is tell them how you feel. You just try to say it in a nice way. Two weeks went by, and we tried to talk about the argument, but he just defended his actions, and he'll deflect and turn it back on me instead of just accepting that we were both wrong, admitting our parts, finding understanding for each other, and moving on. See, it sounds like you understood what should be done, and it sounds like he kind of didn't. Is this something you want to continue to work on? Because if you want this relationship to work, it's going to be something that you're going to need to work on. Because having an argument like this and then stewing over it for 2 weeks? 2 weeks? This could have been over in 2 minutes. But 2 weeks? Like, okay. Somebody has a hard time letting things go. I'm not saying it's you. Like, whenever you stew on stuff for that long, you're just like, you're creating such a terrible image in your mind of the other person. You're just like, ooh, I bet they're thinking about this. Ooh, it's their make. It's like. It's like, nah, something's got to change here if this is going to work. Tells me I don't feel bad enough about how hurt I made him, but why should we both continue to pin mistakes on each other even after processing this for so long? It's like, how bad does he want you to feel? Like, does he want you to feel bad right now? This shit happened 2 weeks ago. I don't even, like, after 2 weeks, it's like, you want me to feel bad about something I did 2 weeks ago? Like, that's like asking me to remember what I ate for breakfast 2 weeks ago. I don't fucking remember. I've had 2 weeks worth of shit happen since then. Like, so you want me to feel worse? It would just be me pretending. I would just be acting. Like, the telling somebody that they don't feel bad enough, it's like, that's kind of a red flag. It's like, no, you need to punish yourself more for what you have done. Because I'm not gonna do it. I need you to punish yourself. Take this out on you. Feel worse about it. It's like, no, we've had 2 weeks of arguing since then. I don't even fucking remember what we're arguing about. That's how arguments work. Why does he want me to feel miserable about it, but also can't have a constructive conversation? Because he's playing games. He's a gamer. Gamers play games. Gamer's gonna game. I mean, you started off talking about this, like yeah, the reason, like the entire thing you were doing is like he was playing a game with a friend and he started yelling at you. Gamer's gonna game. He's just trying to feel like he won. He wants to feel like he wins. But having the constructive conversation would mean admitting fault, admitting wrongdoing, and it would feel bad. And that's an L. And he wants a W. Also, yeah, chat is right. They're telling you, they're saying, you know, look who he learned how to communicate his problems from. He learned from his parents. And you said that his parents have their own issues with possessiveness and, you know, mental illness. So, like, whether or not he shows the symptoms of mental illness, it's like he still learned how to express himself from a mentally ill person. He wants a W, but he's about to have an X and wonder why. Oh, shit. That's the funniest shit I've heard all day. That's the funniest shit I heard all day. Life is short. I kept telling him that we could just accept that it was not working and break up because at this point, this was really messing with my mental health, but he kept begging me to not cut him off and saying he was trying everything in him to keep the relationship and is committed to making it happy. Like, there's a simple fucking solution to that, buddy. It's not that fucking hard. Accountability isn't that difficult. Just saying, you know what? I went too far. I was wrong. I shouldn't have yelled at you. I shouldn't have cussed at you. I'm sorry that things played out the way they did, and I'm sorry that things have gone on for as long as they have. My regret is that I wasn't able to communicate this sooner. See? That wasn't that fucking hard. He's gonna take an L because MNOP. Oh, that's also good. I don't doubt that he feels like he is trying, but like what he actually needs to try to do isn't that hard. I feel like he's trying to do the wrong thing. He's trying to make you feel worse about it. It's like, but what about him? Does he need to feel worse about it? Does he need to feel worse about himself because he's in a position where he wants you to feel worse? It's like he already probably does feel pretty bad about himself. But he has a hard time communicating that with you. Like, I don't know, he probably needs therapy. I show the link of the music in the background. It gives me a lot of peace. Oh, I got you. It's from a playlist on YouTube. Or not YouTube. It's on a playlist on Spotify. It's called this one. It's Magnetic Minds Meditations. There's a bunch of different ones. And the one we're listening to right now is this one. The pineal gland activation. So yeah, check it out. The name of the person who, or name of the thing who makes them on Spotify is also called Magnetic Minds Meditations. They have a whopping 5,000 monthly listeners. I feel like I'm their number one customer. I love this one. I do. I like, well, there are some tones that sound kind of like a little bit like tinnitus-y, a little bit like high-pitched ringing sometimes, these tones. So there's a couple that I like to alternate between because they're more chill. They're not like you know what I mean? Alex Jones, InfoWars 1. Evening, everyone. We need to defeat the New World Order. Let's hope liberals can join so we can defeat the globalists. You just walked into a den of globalists? No, hold on. Let me show you this. Let me show you this. I took a quiz today. I took a quiz online. I'm not even joking. I did this today. You're here in perfect timing, by the way. I did this today. Look, I took this thing. Look at this. I'm a 91.1% globalist. It labeled me as a libertarian socialist. I believe in equality, globalism, liberty, and progress. I can show yours. Oh yeah, Cutie Cheeks is even more of a commie than me. Like, I got 84.6% on the communism. Sir Tilius got 90% on the communism. He got labeled a communist. I'm a socialist because apparently I only got 85%. Cutie Cheeks had a whopping 94.9% communist. You didn't see that in the Discord? There's not a link, but it's like on the thing. It's called 8 Values. Oh, this is my Russian friend. My Russian friend took it, and it's all backwards. Everything is backwards in Russia. Am I a Chinese agent? Oh my god, I wish. I wish I was getting paid by the Chinese government. Oh my god, that'd be sweet. No, I do this shit for free. I must be stupid as hell. I wish. I would love to be contacted by the Chinese government and be like, hey, do you want to promote communism in the United States? I would be like, sign me up. I'm out here doing it for free. I would love to get paid for it. They have illegals to do that, sir? Are the illegals in the room with us now? Have you considered that your conservatism is actually a byproduct of having an enlarged amygdala? The panic button in your brain is swollen like a ripe fruit. Let me finish this question. It sucks because I do love him, but since his issues with his mom being possessive, he's just dealing with it in a way that hurts our relationship and me because I was trusting he wouldn't let his mother get in the way when he told me it wouldn't. I don't feel emotionally safe with him anymore to tell him even simple concerns, and I'm not sure why he'd turn to this or how to heal. You just gotta... I think, you know, it might... Like, if he's not willing to have a sit-down, like, productive conversation about this, I'm like, it's okay to walk away. You know? It's like, you want to fix it, he wants to make you try to feel worse. It's like, this happened 2 weeks ago, and it was some minor shit. Like, if you're really having that hard of a time letting it go, it's like, he needs to talk to a therapist about that, because he's got some issues of his own. I feel like you'll be able to heal this by engaging with people who look out for your best interest, people who care about how you feel, people who are okay with talking about your emotions. I feel like that is how you heal. By spending time with friends and loved ones and, you know, talking it out, hugging it out, spending quality time together. That's how you do it. Also, would a Chinese agent wear an eagle on their shirt? Would a Chinese agent have a symbol of America on their shirt? The bald eagle? Or maybe I'm trying too hard. No, I heard that Alex Jones is a Chinese agent. He had to get money from China to pay for the $1 billion lawsuit where he got sued by the parents of the Sandy Hook massacre for defaming them and saying that it was a conspiracy. And so, in his desperation, I heard that Alex Jones had to start taking money from China. Is the China in the room with us now? There's a certain population of people who, instead of actually working on their mental health, they decide to fall down right-wing conspiracy theory rabbit holes. If there's anybody from the Chinese government watching right now, I would love to take your money. I'm trying to buy a new set of pots and pans. I want some made-in cookware, and it costs $800 for the set that I want, and I need to raise money for myself. So if I can sing the glories of communism for a paycheck, I'll be a fucking canary, baby. Where's the link to the values test? I don't have a link to it, but I can post one. It's this one right here. It's like 70 questions. I'll post that shit in the Discord.
That's too capitalistic. Capitalism is when you want expensive cookware. Socialism is when no nice pans. I just gush for a minute. Like, these are the pots and pans I want. $779. Just look at those pans. Some fancy non-stick pans. I don't like cooking with non-stick pans. I don't like cooking with Teflon. I just don't like to fuck with Teflon. Like, I'd rather just put some oil in a pan and have it be non-stick. Like, I'm fine with that. Like, I'm fine with using cooking oil. Also, I like that you can use metal utensils on them. I like, normally I like to use wood or, like, silicone. But I like the option of being able to use metal. I can cook and give psychiatry. Yep, it's true. It's true. I do like to cook. Just wait till the cooking streams start up again. It's gonna blow your mind. A lot of you haven't even seen me cook. We're gonna make all sorts of stuff. Nonstick has those forever chemicals. That's what I'm saying. Like, they say Teflon stays in you forever. I'm like, Plus, I just like the look of a nice stainless steel pan. It makes me feel like a chef. I'm not sure if I'm imagining things, but I constantly feel like people are staring at me. Whether I'm walking or taking public transport, and I look up, it seems like people are staring at me. Is this normal? Do people often stare at each other? I rarely look at others, but when I do, I find them staring at me. Am I going crazy? Have you considered that you're just beautiful? I feel like there are different ways to interpret this. It's like if people are looking at you, they must like looking at you. Like, sometimes people will go out in public and they will feel like everyone is staring at them. And here's the thing. People will look at you. That's just a side effect of going outside. If you feel like people are staring at you, you're going to become much more aware every time you see somebody looking at you, and it's going to make you feel as if everyone is staring at you. But that's just because you're so in tune with whenever people are looking at you, you're like hyper aware of it, right? So I would just say, oh, I must be looking good today, and then just go on with my business. That's how I would take it. Noted, not going outside ever again. Well, how are you going to show off?
No, I wish to not be perceived. I'm sorry, but the whole fact of life is see and be seen. You must have just been looking cute. Nothing wrong with that. It's only you going crazy if you start to assume that people are staring at you for crazy reasons. That's the only way that it actually is you being crazy. If you feel like everyone's staring at you because they all work for the government and they're all monitoring you, that's crazy. If you feel like you're being gang stalked, that's crazy. Is laughing bannable in this stream? No, humor is legal now. Humor is now legal. It's only crazy if you do things for crazy reasons. Oh my god, the way that you unlocked a new fear. Just another hurdle for you to hop over. Nothing you can't handle. You handled all those old fears. The new ones will be easy. I just assume it's because my body is gross and they notice the things I hate about it. No, it's been proven time and time again that we hyperfixate on our own perceived flaws. Pretty much everybody has some type of image issues with their body. Like, think about supermodels. Like, even supermodels will be like, oh, maybe if I get one more nose job, I'll finally be happy with how I look. Or a bodybuilder, like, maybe if I build up this one muscle just a bit more, I'll finally be happy with how I look. It's like, no, they just keep going. They just don't stop. Most people don't even notice those things about you. But seriously though, questioner, before I go on, I just want to add. This sounds like it could be a way that you might be misplacing some of your anxiety. Sometimes when we feel a lot of anxiety about stuff in our life that we might not have a lot of control over or ability to do stuff about, it finds a way to, like, manifest in other ways. And so sometimes it'll make you just worry about things that aren't really worth worrying about. Like, is everybody staring at me? Is everybody judging me? Is everybody, you and I both know that most people are too busy in their own life to really think all that much about us. They're worrying about what am I going to have for dinner? When I got to pick the kids up from soccer practice. And I make sure to, what are things that people have to do these days? I don't know. I make sure to get more sugar from the store. People are worried about 50 different things going on in their own life. They're probably not that worried about you. Unless you're all up in their face. What am I if not my thoughts? You're the one observing your thoughts. How do I explain this without blowing your mind? I don't know, it might actually blow your mind. That's kind of cool. This is something that you will notice more the more that you practice it, but you can take a step back from your thoughts. You can just observe your thoughts from a detached place. Your thoughts are simply something that you are experiencing and observing, but they are not you. They are happening to you. It's like going outside in the rain and being like, am I the rain? Like, no, you are the one experiencing the rain. Just take some time to practice watching your thoughts as they flow by. In the beginning, this will be really hard to do because your brain's not used to doing that. But the more that you practice it and the more that you try and the more you learn how to do it, the easier it becomes. Olympic level meditators can detach from their own thinking for hours or longer at a time. So just start by trying to do it for a few seconds, and then try to do it for a few minutes, and just see where that takes you. And what you'll notice is that the part of you that feels like you are thinking about something and the part of you that is aware that that thinking is happening right now, that's two different parts of your brain. And you're learning to pay more attention to one part of your brain instead of the other part of your brain. It's a shift in your focus. What am I if not my thoughts? Your farts. But no, literally, I was thinking about this the other day because it was after I had streamed and I was thinking about how I was talking about how you are not your thoughts. And then I farted and then I was like, I am not my thoughts. I am my farts. You're gonna go to sleep. Good night. I have no one. I don't even know why I'm writing this, honestly. I think I just want to vent, I guess. You want me to tell you while you're writing it? Because I have a good guess. You're writing it because you want to be heard. You're feeling something and you're having a hard time with these feelings. And you're doing what humans have done for thousands of years. You're talking about those feelings with someone who is willing to listen. There's nothing wrong with doing that. It's normal. In fact, it's healthy. It's necessary for our survival. That's why you're doing it. Because you're trusting your instincts. Good job. I have absolutely zero friends, both IRL and online, and I genuinely mean that. And I'm not close at all to my family. I actually feel very distant and misunderstood by them, but that's another story. Lol. Do you see me lolling? I'm not laughing. Sometimes we lol at our own sadness as a way of coping with that sadness. I should be enjoying the best years of my life. I turned 18 last month and hate it honestly, Lamau. But I'm just spending them inside my room, super depressed, and just trying not to kill myself every day. These aren't the best years of your life. I hate to break it to you. These aren't the best years of your life. The best years of your life are actually after you turn 30. Once you learn in life to just completely not give a fuck about what anyone else has to say, about what anyone else thinks about you, shit gets really sweet. Once you actually have a little bit of expendable income and you can buy what you want to buy and you don't have to worry about what other people say, it's like, you want to eat ice cream for dinner? Go ahead. Like, that's when stuff actually gets cool. Your brain is still developing. Your brain is still cooking. Your brain isn't done developing until about 25 years old. Your brain isn't done developing until you're 25. And then after that, it takes you about another 5 years to figure out how to properly work the fucking thing. And then things actually start to get pretty sweet. Like, a lot of people worry about turning 30, but turning 30 is actually fucking awesome. You're like, oh, I don't give a shit what people think. If I don't want to go out, I don't have to go out. If I want to go out, I can go out. I can do whatever the fuck I want to. That's awesome. Period. I'm 32, much less stressed than my 20s, right? I'm like, I don't understand why some people they just get so terrified of the concept of turning 30. I'm like, no, turning 30 was one of the best things that ever happened to me. One of my admins said to me today, I pulled a sugar and just did whatever I wanted yesterday. I was like, yep, it's great, isn't it? Of all the things to have named after you, that's pretty sweet. That's actually pretty sweet to have that named after you rather than, like, a tremendous fuck up be named after you. But like, oh, at least you didn't pull a Dave. Let's get back to the question. I can't even spend time with my boyfriend because we're long distance, so fuck that, I guess. I just feel so frustrated with everything, including myself. I don't know what's wrong with me, and I can't figure it out. The closest way I can describe how I feel, even though it sounds kind of dumb, sorry. Let me give you one of these. That's what you get for apologizing. I don't want to see those apologies anywhere near this stream. No need to apologize. Nothing to apologize for. The closest way I can describe how I feel is that everyone on Earth is onto something but me. I feel so alienated from other people and it sucks so much. That's not dumb at all. That's actually quite astute. That's a really normal feeling to have. I've had that feeling. A lot of people in chat have probably had that feeling in their life too. I yearn for friendship so bad, and I always have since I was a kid, honestly, but I just don't know how they work or how to keep them. I don't know. Ugh. Alright, hear me out. If you want to make friends, where do you go? You go to the friend store. And when I say that, what I mean is, think about it. What is stuff that you like to do? What are things that you find enjoyable? Go to places where people who also enjoy that thing would go. And then when you're there, say, hello. Get to know them. Sitting in my bedroom? Then go to the mattress store. Go make friends with a mattress salesman. Mattress salesmen need friends too. You know, I'm sure we could find you a volunteer friend in chat. Chat, do we have any volunteers? Anybody volunteering? I'm sure you could find one in chat. There's probably like a handful of people in here who would be your friend. You're still young, you're still figuring it out. It's okay to feel the way that you feel. You are valid in your feelings, okay? Also, I would like to say that part of how you feel probably isn't just tied to you. It's also part of the system that we are in. It's part of the way that society is going right now. It's like there's war going on, there's genocide going on, there's climate change going on. The government doesn't really seem to give a fuck. It looks like Donald Trump's gonna get round 2, Project 2025. Can't wait for that one. Oh, shit. So it's natural to feel a bit stressed by the way things are going in the world. So honestly, it might not just be a you problem. I feel like it's an us problem. And so I would just say just get out there and talk about it with people. That's another great way to make friends, is to rally behind causes that you believe in. People who have a similar moral and ethical wavelength will make great friends. Do you want to know a secret? Do you want to know the secret to the art of making friends? The secret to the art of making friends is don't try to sell yourself. Don't try to convince this other person that you are so cool. Just show an interest in wanting to get to know that person. Ask them questions about themselves. Show a genuine interest. Communicate to them that you want to get to know them in a genuine and friendly way. People typically respond well to that. And if they don't, that's their loss. Go check out your local DSA chapter. Yeah, go check out your local DSA chapter. You make plenty of friends. You know, if you got a dog, take your dog for a walk. Go talk to other people with dogs and say, you know what? Our dogs really get along. We should have a dog play date. It's like if you like to play tennis, just take a racket and a ball to the court. Just go show up and just be like, you want to play? If you want to make friends, just try being friendly. And don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. It's not that hard to make a friend. You remember how it was making friends in kindergarten? It's like, oh, you like fire trucks? I also like fire trucks. You are my best friend now. Like, oh, I like fire trucks, but that guy said he likes dump trucks. That is my mortal nemesis. Online friendships are pretty easy, and we've got a lot of friendly people in this community that would probably be more than willing to have a chat with you, you know? And just consider that some good, solid practice for making more friends in real life. Because as nice as online friendships are, and online friendships are valid, they are actual friendships, it's still nice to have friends in real life too. You know, there's nothing that can really replace spending time with somebody face to face, you know, sharing some air. Any tips on how to live with your family that triggers you? Yes. The word for you that I'm going to use is stoicism. Let me tell you why. You can't do anything to control your family. You can tell them what to do, you can yell at them, you can do all sorts of stuff. You can buy them gifts, you can give them money, you can help them, but you can't really do much to control the way that they choose to act. That is up to them. The only thing that you can control is you. So you might not be able to control whether or not they trigger you. You can beg and you can plead, and they might not listen. They might listen, they might do something about it. In that case, that's a win. But they also might not. And so what can you do after that? If you can't make them stop triggering you, the only thing that you can do desensitize yourself to those triggers. The things that trigger you today don't have to trigger you forever. That's a big misconception that a lot of people have. They assume that something that triggers me today is going to trigger me for the rest of my life. And that's simply not true. How much money is in the personal checking account? I need to buy weed. Let me check. I'm checking. I'm dropping everything and looking. I'm on it. Hold on, we're logging in. I'm gonna text it to you. Oh, there's plenty in there. There's plenty in there. Yeah, the money I make from streaming off of Twitch goes into that account, so technically the money that I make from streaming goes to the Casey Tron Weed Fund. So by supporting me, you're supporting Casey Tron's weed. The only money I need is $800 for these pans. And then I never need to buy another thing ever again. Yeah, my Twitch deposit goes to the personal account, and Casey's deposit goes to the business account. And we don't buy weed with the business account, so technically, it's my Twitch money that buys the weed. So, yeah, that's my biggest tip on how to live with your family that triggers you. Noise-canceling headphones. Knowing when to walk away, knowing to just leave the situation, and, you know, if things are escalating and people are trying to drag you into stuff for no reason and you just need to distance yourself, that's okay. Just trying your best to be cool and not getting escalated when you see other people getting escalated around you. I cannot control whether or not people will try to trigger me. The only control that I have is whether or not I am triggered. And you can learn to gain a sense of control over your triggers. Just consider all the practice you've had already. You've already had so much practice at handling their triggers. You've probably learned a thing or two that helps you. to cope with those triggers. So continue to practice those skills. Provided they're healthy skills, just continue to practice those. I've been working on letting go, having to be right. I hate it. I'm at that stage in life where I stay out of discussions. Even if you say 1 + 1 = 5, you're right. Have fun. Sometimes allowing other people to be wrong and learning from their own mistakes is the right thing to do. That quote resonated with you? Yeah, me too. It's just like, I just don't have time to argue about that kind of stuff. Hello, I'm going through a situation and I need advice. Let's do it. I got you. I was a longtime viewer of a small streamer. I watched all of their streams for years, chatted with them for hours, supported them, and helped with their streaming career. I used to love watching their streams, and the streamer called me their most loyal viewer. But as years went by, it became too time-consuming. I felt obligated to watch their streams, and it took over my life. I started resenting being there instead of enjoying it. And I did all of this because I didn't want to disappoint the streamer. So now I'm burnt out and I ghosted the streamer and stopped watching for a few months after watching every stream for 3 years. But I value their friendship and now I'm making a new Twitch account with a new identity, with the purpose of watching them only when I can watch and hang out with them, without the expectations of loyalty. Just think about this. Were the expectations of loyalty set by yourself or by the streamer? Thoughts? I've got some thoughts for you. I think that you were showing loyalty to this streamer that you might feel like you would want in your relationships and in your friendships. You showed the loyalty to them that you would want others to show to you. Like, you want people showing up and being there. Like, you're like, even here, like, no one here is under any obligation to be here. Like, every time I hit go live, I'm pleasantly surprised when people show up. It's like, yeah, people are here. People want to watch. But I also recognize that, like, if I expect people to watch me, I have to do things that will make them want to watch me. And if you hit that point where it's like, I feel like I don't want to watch anymore, and that's okay. Like, they also, like, as a streamer, you also have a loyalty to your viewers, and it's like, I will put out content that they will want to watch. So I would say you can continue to be their friend and talk to them and be there for them. Like, it sounds like you've developed a relationship beyond, like, streamer and viewer. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean you have to watch their stream every time it's on or every stream. It's like, no, you got your own life to live. You got stuff to do. And that's normal for streaming, because it's asking a lot of a person to keep up with every single stream that you ever do. Like, it's a lot to ask of somebody. Like watching a show when there's only so many episodes, that's fine. But streams, it's like multiple hours, multiple times a week. That's a big commitment. That's a part-time job. Which is why a lot of my viewers watch me at work. So I would say, these expectations of loyalty, it's like these are expectations that you set for yourself. Like you expected yourself to be loyal, and that's an indicator that you're a good person. You wanted to show loyalty to this person. There's nothing wrong with that. But you got tired of watching, and it felt like your relationship started to sour because of it. And so for the sake of your relationship with this person, you had to take a step back, and that's okay. Like this happens in, like real friendships too. It's like sometimes you'll see your friends every day, and then sometimes you'll go months without seeing each other. It's like sometimes you just need some time apart. Sometimes you just get sick of them. Too much of a good thing. It's like eating cake every day. It's like when you go on vacation with a friend and you spend 2 weeks together and you're with each other every single day, all day, every day, and it's just like, ugh, I can't wait to be away from... Like, I love them and I love spending time with them, but I just can't wait to be all by myself again. Yeah, what Cutie Chick said is right. It's like they still value that you're there, and they still will enjoy seeing you, and they're not going to get mad at you for not being there. And if they do, that's weird. Like, I have people who come here after being away for weeks or months. It's like, no, I'm not mad at you for not being here. I'm just like, oh, hey, how's it going? How have things been? It's good to see you again. So yeah, those are my thoughts. I don't know if you need to go so far as to, like, make an alt account, though. It's like, I don't see a problem with just continuing to use your regular account when you're watching them. Like, if a streamer ever gets mad at you for not watching them, that's a big red flag. It's like, oh, okay. It's kind of demanding. It's kind of obsessive. It's like, I know that the people here have stuff to do. I know you got lives to live. I'm grateful for the time that you do watch me. I'm grateful for the time that you do spend here. It's really cool. Thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause. Give yourselves a hand. Thank you. Thank you for being a friend. Also, it's important to remember that your most loyal viewer doesn't have to be your viewer with the most amount of watch time. After you have done something wrong, and time has passed by, processed the emotions, and didn't do it again, will these memories always come back from time to time, and my job is to keep observing them and focus on something else? I no longer feel that deep guilt and regret, but I've noticed that if I focus on that memory, I have the potential to loop and start to hurt my own feelings again. Keen observations. You've done a lot of self-reflection, and I admire that. That's good work. You've said though that you no longer feel that deep guilt and regret, so that to me shows that the wound is healing. So you just got to continue focus on healing. It's like, will it still pop up from time to time? Yeah, sure, maybe. Like something might pop up that reminds you of it. But you're better at handling it now. Every time that you tell yourself, I am letting this go, I am moving past this, it gets a little bit easier to do it the next time. It's just a matter of repetition and consistency. So you're doing it right. You're doing what you're supposed to do. Just keep doing it. What I've noticed is that sometimes stuff does still pop up from time to time, but it comes more so as a surprise. You're like, huh, oh yeah, that thing that used to bother me that I haven't thought about in who knows how long. Has it been months? Has it been years? I'm not quite sure. Because it's still floating around in your brain somewhere. Like a piece of driftwood in the ocean. Maybe it'll wash ashore. Just throw it back in the water. Watch it float away. Also, the memories you have aren't the feelings around those memories. The feelings are separate and change over time. It's true. It's processed in different parts of your brain. Your memory of a thing and how you feel about a thing, that's two different parts of your brain. Also, remember that every time you think back about something or remember something, you're not really remembering the thing. You're remembering your memory of the thing. And so it's like you have a photocopy, and then you make a copy of that copy, and then you copy a copy of that copy, and it's like you can still read it, but then you keep copying it, and eventually it just becomes a blur. Life. Sometimes it might seem a little bit frightening that forgetting things is something that just happens naturally over time. Unless you're continually reminded of something. Unless it's something that's like actively going on. Your memory does just fade over time. And that might sound scary. It's like, oh no, my memories, I love those things. It's like, no, honestly, most of your memories are probably worth forgetting, if I'm being honest. That's how I feel. Like, most of your memories are worth letting go of. It's like, who needs to remember my commute to work? Who needs to remember what I ate for breakfast on March 13th in 1992? It's like my brain didn't think it was worth remembering, so I've clearly forgotten it. When you find yourself fixating on stuff that doesn't really matter, and stuff that you did years ago that you've moved past and you've healed from and you've made amends for and you've been able to learn from and grow from. It's okay to remind yourself of something else to think about. Stuff that's really worth thinking about. The stuff that really matters. One of the things that I like to do when it comes to memories that I find bothersome or things that I don't like to think about, I like to intentionally think about them. I just try to think them to their fullest. I want to think them more than I've ever thought anything before in my life, so then I can be done with them. I think about them as much as I can, and then I let them go. There's nothing more to gain from this memory. I'm done with it. It's depleted. Time in second grade when I called the teacher mommy. I feel like we've all been there. Sometimes you look back in your mind and you're like, wow, I've been holding on to that for that long. You're telling me the time that I wore mismatching shoes 15 years ago, I'm still caught up on that, huh? PSA, don't only eat chips, Red Bull, and a donut for the whole day. I've only had chips, America cake, and coffee, and ramen noodles, so I'm not doing much better. I'm not doing much better, if we're being honest. The chips are invisible, so they don't count. I need a real meal. I want the pan set. I also want this thing. I want the griddle. I'm pretty sure that the new stovetop we has a griddle part. So I could get like a griddle. That'd be sick. I also want to walk. I want like $1,000 worth of cookware. This is probably the most expensive thing that I've ever wanted just for me. Like, I want that. I want nice pans. We got a nice cooktop. I want some nice pans. We need a flat bottom. This wok does have the flat bottom. A lot of woks have like that big round bottom and they're meant for like gas stoves and stuff. This one's got the flat bottom. Those new air fryer ovens are nice. Oh yeah, we got the air fryer oven. It's sick. I'm looking for a file of mine, and in the folders, there's the one before it and after it, but not the one I'm looking for. WTF. Better check the recycle bin. Yeah, we have a it's a conduction or induction. It's an induction cooktop, a convection oven.
What really is an air fryer? Yeah, you're right. It is just a tiny convection oven. Manifesting $1,000 donation, and they're like, enjoy the new cookware king. Manifesting. We're manifesting it. Maybe not today. We're sending that energy out into the universe. Some anonymous wealthy benefactor could be like, you know what? This guy had some solid advice. He's helped me with my mental health. Money is nothing to me. I hope he enjoys his new pans. What can I say? I'm a simple man. I just want a simple pan. I feel like if enough of us believe it, it will happen. Well, I'm getting hungry. I was going to wait around and see if anybody had any more questions. So if you're in the process of typing a question right now, I'll give you 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes. Hey.
Ah! Isn't she so cute? Oh my god. Look at her.
Strike a pose. Strike a pose.
Quick, give her back. Give her back.
No, she's enjoying
No,
the
give
camera
her
time.
back.
She likes
No,
she
give her
likes being in the
back.
spotlight.
Ah! Stop. Give her.
Look at that cat.
Give her.
Isn't that the cutest cat you've ever seen?
Give me that. Give her.
Okay.
Ah! Give her. Oh my god.
Where's Beaver?
Give her.
I need to show you how big he's gotten. I feel like it's been a minute since you've seen Beaver. I want to show you how big he is. Oh.
Oh no. He's
Oh.
like,
Oh, look at that. Size of him. Look at the size of him. Look at the volume. Beavis, come here. Come on, Beaver. He's not about it. He's getting hungry. It's his dinner time. There's no way I'd be able to get that cat to sit still when he's hungry. He's very orange. In color and in temperament. It's like, oh yeah, it's dinner time for Beaver. He's hungry. He's not gonna be sitting around unless I got something to feed him. He's huge though. Big boy. A big orange boy. Cats keep growing until they're about 1.5 years old, and he's 1 year and 2 months. So he's got a little bit more growing to do, about 4 more months. He'll finally grow into those fangs. I keep telling him, I'm like, don't worry, baby B, you're gonna grow into those fangs.
was for a while there, like after he got his adult fangs, he had these like teefies. But he would get self-conscious. So I told him, don't worry, you're gonna grow into them. Don't worry, you'll grow into those teeth. You know, I had orange cats growing up, and I missed having an orange cat. So having an orange cat again has been so nice. I feel like I'll always have an orange cat. Here for the daily therapy. Oh yeah, you're just in time. We need to do a movie night again. Now that I'm not so busy like laying tile and stuff, it's like, oh yeah, I feel like I can do more stuff with the stream community again. I'm here just in time too. Alright, I'll give you a few more minutes. But we're gonna have to speed run. We're gonna have to speed run the therapy, so. Come on, what is it? Insecurities, trauma, self-doubt, anxiety, depression. What are we dealing with? What's on the menu? Comparing myself to others. Alright, speed run. This is the therapy speed run round. Stop comparing yourself to others. The only person that you should compare yourself to is you. Are you doing better or worse than you were doing? What direction are you headed in? Comparing yourselves to others is a surefire way to a life full of insecurity, also, comparing yourselves to others kind of takes you down a bit of a negative route mentally, if you think about it. When you compare yourself to others, it makes it hard to celebrate other people's victory. Instead, we look at their victories and their successes, and we discredit them, we minimize them, we, have a hard time celebrating them. We have a hard time congratulating them, because on some level it's like, well, why couldn't it have been me? The mountain is you. We often use a lot of analogies related to mountains in life. You're climbing, you're at the peak, etc. But in reality, the mountain is you. The thing that you should be spending the most time working on mastering is yourself. Everything else is secondary. But what about the people that I love? Shouldn't I care about them more? The more you care about yourself, the more you're able to care about the people that you care about. When you allow yourself to love yourself, you'll find out just how much love you really have to give. You'll find that you have so much more love to give to the people that you care about when that love stems from within. You're right, it is just as Miley Cyrus said in the song The Climb. There's always going to be another mountain. You're always going to want to make it move. It's always going to be an uphill battle, and sometimes you're going to have to lose. But it's not about how fast you get there. It's about what's waiting on the other side. It's the climb. If you can learn to enjoy the struggle, life gets a lot easier. If you can find satisfaction in the act of doing, rather than just having things done, journey over destination, you realize every step of your journey is a destination in and of itself. That's some real shit. The journey is the destination.
Nobody's perfect is also a banger.
Yep, nobody's perfect. I've got to work it again and again till I get it right.
Alright, I'm a hungry boy.
Oh, the new Elden Ring DLC is out. I heard it's really big. I heard they added a lot of stuff. It's basically a game within a game. You've survived your worst day. Not only that, you've survived 100% of your worst days. Well, how you doing? How you feeling? Is content and resolve the same thing? I'm not sure. I think my brain's clocked out. I think my brain is clocked out for the day. I think I'm cooked. Upward Ho, thank you for the stream. Thank you. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you for the 4 months. You're welcome. You're welcome for the stream. I'll be back again tomorrow. We're not done yet. We'll be back again tomorrow. So until then, take good care of yourself. Stay safe out there. Have a good night. Party on, party people. Party on, party people. Until next time. Busy day today. I had like 40 some questions today. I love it. I love it. It's a good day. We also surpassed 2,500 questions. We passed that milestone the other day. Over 20 today. Alrighty. Later, Gators. Don't forget to check us out in the Discord. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.